Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country Honourable members, let's move to item numbered 5, correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. Honourable members, the vote and proceedings of the 5th sitting of the 2nd meeting of Parliament dated Tuesday, 3rd June 2025 is to be corrected, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Yes, Honorable Professor Kingsley Nyako.
Thank you, Honorable First Deputy Speaker. So, item 8A, by the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. So we should instead development after aquaculture. Thank you.
Table office, take note. Yes, Honorable
Mr. Speaker, I risk being asked to sit down as this may not be the opportune moment. Page 9. I see, Mr. Speaker, you directed that the committee to determine whether the bill is of an urgent nature. Mr. Speaker, appropriate as you did, I just want your guidance. If a bill is introduced in this House and the bill comes gazetted, which means that the tone would have been set to comply with the provisions of Article 106 of the Constitution, do we still need to determine the urgency of such a bill? Because for Mr. Speaker, I'm just doing this for the learners. You have been here for long. A bill comes, and the bill at the back page has a gazette date. It would have meant that the bill has so been published in the official gazette. Now, when that bill comes, Mr. Speaker, assuming that a bill comes in the nature of, I've just asked for a copy of the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill. If it's gazetted, Mr. Speaker, is it still within our rules that the committee will still want to determine the urgency of that particular bill? I just want your guidance. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Let's address this issue once and for all. Honorable Minister, Article 106 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana is very clear. When a bill is supposed to be introduced as an ordinary bill, it must be gazetted 14 days prior to its introduction. unless that bill is being introduced under certificate of urgency. The meaning that we can gather from there is that once the bill is introduced under certificate of urgency, there is no need gazetting it 14 days prior to its introduction. So that requirement of the Constitution is waived by the constitutional provision in Article 106(13), allowing a bill to be introduced under a certificate of urgency, so that by that introduction under certificate of urgency, you dispense with the 14 days gazette notification. And by our own standing orders, when it is introduced under certificate of urgency, it may be taken through all the stages in one day. The word is may. Now, if it is not introduced under a certificate of urgency, then unless there is a procedural motion to waive the period within which an event should occur following the other, then we have to abide by that particular period. But what I know about this bill is that this bill has been in the system for a long time. The previous parliament, the bill was gazetted and either introduced or about to be introduced. So you will see one of the bills signed by the former minister, but the current one signed by the current minister, I believe that has not been gazetted. That is what is being introduced under a certificate of urgency. And the reason is that the bill at the previous parliament lapsed. And from that perspective, there is a need to take the process fresh. Now let's move to page 11. Yes, Professor Kingsley Nyako.
Page 10 rather, Speaker.
Page 10.
Yes, please.
Yes,
Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2025. The second line, Finance Committee and the leadership of the committee.
The leadership of Energy Committee, table of its take note.
Thank you.
You are right. Thank you. Page 11. Yes.
Page 11, item C, by the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development and member for Shama, Mrs. Emilia Atta. We should insert a member for Shama. Thank you.
Very well. Table of its take note. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. 16. 17. Page 18. 19. 20. Page 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you are in a hurry.
Very well, very well.
Let me take you back to page 21. There is something manner. Under item 3 in attendance, Mr. Ernest Aka, project coordinator. I wanted to check because the next name under Dr. Kojo Ohene Safo, you have project coordinator, but the one preceding project coordinator. I just need some reconciliation. Page 21. III and IV. So III, you have project coordinator, and IV, you have project coordinator. What's of the S?
You are speaking to
Page 21.
page
Under
21.
Item 3 in attendance, Roman numeral I, and IV. My point is that you have projects
Yes,
coordinator.
one have hyphen and the other one.
One has S after the projects. One is plural, one is singular. So you have Mr. Ernest Aka, projects coordinator.
Another observation is that
You have
in III,
yes,
there's
you
no
have,
hyphen, but in IV,
you have project coordinator.
yes, there is
so that's the
hyphen.
point.
So table office, take note and reconcile accordingly.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. So back to page 27. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, still page 21. I know the person to be Mr. Rodin Dogbe, but it's been captured as Miss Rhoda Dogbe.
Well, is it one and the same? Table office, check the correct spelling of the name. Whether it is Rosalind Dogbe or Rhoda Dogbe. Yes, Honorable Christian
Mr.
Yako.
Speaker, let us conclude on page 27. Under opening, the committee met on Sunday, 18th May 2025 at 10 a.m. at Eastern Premier Hotel, Koforidua, and continue Wave D, capacity building. So let's introduce Wave D before capacity building program on public speaking.
Very well. Very well. Good observation. Table office, take note. Page 28. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, sorry to take you back. If you may indulge me on page 16. Mr. Speaker, the item 14 down, I could see that members of the minority caucus walk out of the chamber at 10:59 p.m. Mr. Speaker, I think something significant happened before the walkout. I understand that this is a summary of yesterday's proceedings, but that actually cannot be ignored to the effect that I challenge your decision on the voice vote. It's significant to be ignored, and I think that it should find its way into the summary even before the official report comes. I understand the walkout happened, but your decision on the voice vote was challenged before the walkout. So I think that it should find its space into the summary before the official spot. I'm talking about page 16, where it's stated under 14, members of the minority caucus walk out of the chamber at 10:59 p.m. The incident that happened before the walkout. I think it should find its way into the summary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. How do you want it captured?
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that's not part of my job.
Very well.
That is someone else's job.
Very well.
Table of
Honorable
Office,
Minister
that's
for
their job,
Education.
and they're supposed to do that.
Mr. Speaker, I was going to assure the Deputy Whip that is why the official report exists.
Exactly.
So I'm sure what happened will be captured by the official report. But Mr. Speaker, once you are in the chair, you are responsible for what happens in this house as chair. Our colleagues opposite are reminded. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, they proceeded to court on Article 104. Which 104, Mr. Speaker, I want you to guide us someday, not today. Except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by votes of the majority of members present and voting. Present and voting. And Mr. Speaker, what you did yesterday was an eloquent reflection of what transpired in this house. The public is watching us. This is a transparent house. the public could look to the right and look to the left. And the voice, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if you want to shout yeah or no and see whether with empty chairs there will be a response. No, Mr. Speaker, you know, they know, Mr. Speaker, that their back did not protect them well, even for them to want to challenge your ruling. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, if you recall, yesterday I indicated that the voice vote was very clear because both sides of the House took part in the voice vote. I have heard aye and I have heard no. So I place it on record that for me, the vote was very clear. That is why I said the ayes have it. If the vote were not to be clear, then I would say, I think the ayes have it. But this one, it was very clear. And Honorable Minister for Education, the issue is not whether or not they have taken part in the vote or not. As for taking part in the vote, we all saw what happened. Because for you to challenge a vote, there must be a vote. If there is no vote, you cannot challenge. So clearly, everybody has taken part in the voting. It is the decision of the voting that was challenged. So I do not think the case of Justice Abdullahi versus Attorney General or based on Article 104 will come into play any day. Honourable members, page 27, page 28. Honourable members, in the absence of any further correction, the vote and proceedings of the 5th sitting of the 2nd meeting of Parliament dated Tuesday, 3rd June 2025 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honourable members, we have about 3 official reports to correct. Honourable members, we have the official reports of 27th day of March 2025 for corrections. Honourable members, the floor is now yours. Official reports of 27th March 2025 is before you for corrections. Honourable members, in the absence of any corrections, the vote and proceedings of Thursday, 27th day of March 2025 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. The official report of Thursday, 27th March 2025 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honourable members, the official reports of Tuesday, 27th May 2025. Honourable members, any corrections? Honourable members, in the absence of any correction, the official report of Tuesday, 27th May 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honorable members, last before me is the official report of 28th May 2025. Wednesday, 28th May 2025. Honorable members, the floor is open for correction. Honorable members, in the absence of any correction, the official report of Wednesday, 28th May 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honorable members, item numbered 6, urgent questions. Very well. Yes. Let me hear Minority Chief Whip, then I'll come to the Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, ordinarily I wouldn't have raised this because I guess my colleague was engaged on other matters, so he was unable to show up at conclave. Yesterday, the finance minister was in the House. He apprised us of payment effected, statutory payment, DACF, NHIA, GET Fund. Yeah, there is a particular payment that is still outstanding, and that is to this August House. Yeah, and of course, SIF. I want to plead with leader. It's long overdue, and Parliament itself is not being given its budget. It's a matter I don't want to discuss openly.
Honorable Chief Whip, hold it. I believe the time is not apt for you to raise the issue that you are raising. If you look at our standing orders, it's clear that at the time allotted for statements, then you may raise a matter of urgent public importance. And statement is the next item after the questions. So I will plead with you, when we get to the stage where statements are supposed to be delivered, then by the leave of the House and the leave of the Speaker, under Order 167, you can raise the issue.
I was only seeking your leave, but well, I take a kind, I take a cue in your directive.
Very well.
And hence I will stand it down.
Yes, yes.
But I see my colleague has taken a cue.
Well, when we get to item number 8, you raise it when we get to item number 8. The House will grant you leave, and I will also grant you the consequential leave for you to raise the matter.
Speaker, I'm grateful.
Yes,
I'm grateful.
Yes. So item number 6, urgent questions. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Article 102 of the 1992 Constitution and Standing Order 64. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read Article 102 of the Constitution. A quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all members of Parliament present. And Mr. Speaker, that is emphasized or fortified under Order 64(1). And Mr. Speaker, at the moment, from their side and our side, we are 49. That is not enough for what is stated in Article 102 of the Constitution for us to have 1/3. 102 of the 1992 Constitution, which states that a quorum 102 102 Mr. Speaker, 102 Article 102 of the 1992 Constitution, a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all members of Parliament. We don't have 1/3 of members of Parliament are present. And for that matter, Mr. Speaker, I invite you to follow the due procedure for us. Yesterday, when we wanted to pass the energy sector levy, the 1 cedi per litre, Their side, it was filler to put burden on Ghanaians. You were here to do it up to midnight. To commence business, you don't have the quorum to do it. Mr. Speaker, I invite you to my application. Thank you.
Honorable Habib, I think you litigated this matter yesterday. So are we going to litigate it again? As to whether or not the tax, the one city would impose a burden or grant a relief, Ghanaians are there as the jury. So the issue you raise is a quorum. Yes, majority, Chief Whip. Let me hear from you.
Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to respond to this matter raised by the First Deputy Minority Whip. Speaker, quorum is a matter of fact that must be ascertained. He has put out some figure to underpin his prayer. Speaker, I believe that if you marry the constitutional provision to our standing orders eloquently provided under Order 64, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, if I may read Order 64, Rule 1, which mimics the provision in the Constitution as follows. A quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, is 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. But the standing order further provides some meat or flesh to that provision in the Constitution. And it continues in 2 and says, where the person presiding is a deputy speaker or a member, that person shall be counted as part of the quorum. So I want to find out from my brother whether or not he added you to the numbers, which I believe he didn't. Mr. Speaker, 64 Rule 3 says, a member may draw the attention of the person presiding at any time during a sitting that members present in the House constitutes less than 1/3 of the member of all the members of Parliament. Speaker, under Rule 4 of Order 64, some procedure has been provided that when this matter comes up, we should follow. And Mr. Speaker, let me evoke your one of your favorite case laws in this matter, Boyfield versus NTAC, where a law provides for a procedure for a thing to be done. It's only that procedure that will be followed. And so, Mr. Speaker, may I urge you to, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, they have raised a matter. Mr. Speaker, save me from the Honorable Nitiwu. A colossus on this matter.
Honorable Minister, former Minister for Defense, would rather defend you.
Indeed so.
He will defend you.
Mr. Speaker, so the Rule 64 and Order 64 provides an elaborate procedure for this matter to be interrogated. Mr. Speaker, I won't litigate this. If the honorable member is indeed minded to pursue this, I believe that the procedure as provided under 64(4) should be sprung into action so that we can have some closure to the matter. Mr. Speaker,
Members,
I humbly submit.
before
Thank you very
invoking
much.
the procedure, there is a mind-boggling issue that I wouldn't want the Minister for Education. We need him to help us in this regard. The Constitution in Article 102 states that a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of the members of Parliament. Apart from the person presiding. Therefore, when you place interpretation on this, the question therefore is the person presiding supposed to be counted as part of the quorum? Now, if we look at our standing orders, in Standing Order 64(2), it states that where the person presiding is a deputy speaker, or a member, that person shall be counted as part of the quorum.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I'm not a lawyer, but I think last Parliament, I was in this house when this interpretation, and then our former first Deputy Speaker, we have two different quorums in Parliament. We have the quorum, as I quoted in Article 102, and the decision quorum under 104, as he rightly quoted earlier, 104. So, Mr. Speaker, I am relying on Article 102 of the Constitution.
I am not faulting you.
So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, 102 is clear. Mr. Speaker, 102 is clear to the effect that it says that a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, should be 1/3. But when we are talking about decision-making quorum, and it is the first or second Deputy Speaker presiding, you are first and foremost members of Parliament before being the Deputy Speakers.
Yes.
That will be counted. So, Mr. Speaker,
Yes, but Honorable
Mr.
Habib,
Speaker, I feel like you are buying time for the Deputy.
I don't have
his
money to
members
buy
in.
time.
So,
Honorable
Mr.
Habib,
Speaker,
I do not have money to buy time. But if you had listened to me,
Mr. Speaker, when you read Order 64(4),
yes,
it's clear. It says that the person presiding shall. So, Mr. Speaker, I invite you to comply and trigger the process.
Listen to the argument. Listen to the argument I'm putting up.
You are helping my majority.
Honorable Habib, will you also listen to me? We all know the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, above and beyond which no further law exists. And then the Constitution just uses a language apart from the person presiding. Doesn't mean the framers of the Constitution are not aware that there are instances where Deputy Speaker will preside. That is where the problem is. And as to whether our rules can say that the person presiding should be added. All these are because we want to satisfy the Supreme Court interpretation in the case of Justice Abdullahi versus Attorney General. So there is, jurisprudentially, there is an issue that we need to resolve. Let me hear Minister for Education, then I'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for your guidance. The Honorable Deputy Whip of the Minority is rightly invoking Article 102 of the 102 of the Constitution. Article 102 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, as you are guiding him, a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding. Mr. Speaker, it will mean that in any determination of the quorum of Parliament, the framers of the Constitution assume that the Speaker would not be part of the definition of that quorum. That would be my first understanding of the provision. Shall be 1/3 of the members of Parliament present. But, Mr. Speaker, Parliament have just commenced sitting. He is further referred to the standing orders. The grandfather is the Constitution, and the father is the standing orders. So, Mr. Speaker, he is within the Constitution. And, Mr. Speaker, you are to be guided that a quorum to do what? And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I thought he would have even learned from your reference to Justice Abdullahi. That is why your side then, convinced, went to the Supreme Court for an interpretation of Article 104 to make a distinction between quorum to commence business and do business and quorum for a decision in Parliament. So the whip, 1/3, and the 1/3 is counting both of us. So a quorum of Parliament is not to look into the majority or look into the minority. It's a quorum of members So, totality of all of us present here, we should be making 1/3. But Parliament has just started sitting. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, in discussing this issue, we have to take into consideration, based on the decision of the Supreme Court in Justice Abdullahi versus Attorney General, which I always reference, that at what point do we take a quorum at commencement? Because the item numbered 9, before the item numbered 9 is at commencement of public business. Is it at commencement of public business that will raise the issue of quorum, or when we are correcting vote and proceedings and official reports, or asking questions? This is also an issue that will have to be taken into consideration so that we can provide a lasting solution. Other than that, immediately the House is constituted, there can be an issue of quorum. So maybe probably we may not be able to resolve it, but these provisions are to guide us as to the stage at which we should be raising the commencement quorum and the stage that we should be raising decision-making quorum in line with Article 102 and 104 of our own Constitution. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, my brother, the First Deputy Minority Whip, first, he slept on his rights in invoking this provision. He invoked the provision belatedly and sought to assert his rights. So I assumed, Mr. Speaker, I assumed that he was raising a quorum in respect of commencement. Parliament today has taken flight long ago. But if he insisted, then I pointed to the fact that if he insisted, then we need to trigger the provisions under 64.4. What does the provision under 64.4 say, Mr. Speaker? It says, the person presiding shall direct the clerks at the table to cause the bell to be rung. B, continue the business of the House for a period of 10 minutes. C, direct the clerks at the table to conduct a head count of members present. Please, don't interrupt that way. Mr. Speaker, D, if there is still no quorum, suspend the sitting of the House for a period of no more than 1 hour. Then 64.5, if on resumption of the sitting, there is still no quorum upon the conduct of a head count, Mr. Speaker, the House shall stand adjourned till the next sitting day without question being put. So, Mr. Speaker, the matter is very simple.
Honorable member.
Yes.
We know the procedure in Order 64.
Yes.
So I just brought out those ideas.
I agree.
For us to, all of us, to be thinking about. So on this note, I would also follow the procedure strictly. Honorable Habib, based on your issue raised, I will direct the clerk at table to cause the bell to be rung for a period not exceeding 10 minutes. So, clerk, you are accordingly directed.
Speaker, we are guided.
So I will then appoint Honorable Habib to be the timekeeper.
Mr. Speaker, these are one of the reasons why I like you so much. You're 23 years at the bar. You always adhere to procedure. So, Mr. Speaker, by my time, it's 2:57.
It's not 2:58.
Mr. Speaker, you said you have appointed me, so by my time.
Honourable members, by Order 64. Order 64 4B, we are to continue proceedings. So therefore, honourable members, let's continue proceedings. And if after the expiration of the 10 minutes, we still do not have quorum, we'll be informed as to the next line of action. Honourable members, yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I believe that we'll tackle item number 6. But Mr. Speaker, my information is that the Honorable Minister responsible for government communications is unavoidably absent to tackle this question. Mr. Speaker, that being so, we'll pray you to then take item number 7, which are questions standing in the names of honorable members Peter Tobu, Pius Kwame Nkwa, Jijoli Gakpe, and all directed at the Honorable Minister for Energy and Green Transition, who is ready and willing to respond to these questions. Mr.
Honourable
Speaker,
members, yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I can see my former friend, the Minister for Energy. Here, he's my former friend, the Minister responsible for Energy, to answer his questions. I don't have difficulty on that. But the Minister responsible for Government Communications, he was here yesterday. If you want to communicate with us, you could reach out to us that he will not be available. But to pull this surprise on us on the floor, it's not right. So you always try to get your ministers to be there. The Minister for Government Communications to answer his question.
Honorable Habib, we are not saying we will not take that particular question, but currently he's not in the chamber. So the application is to take the question out of 10. That's why we are moving to very well. Yes, honourable members, the Minister responsible for Energy and Green Transition is in the House to respond to questions asked. The first one here, question numbered 105, is standing in the name of Peter Lanchini Tobu, Member of Parliament for Wa West. Honourable Member, you have the floor. The Minister is seated to respond to your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask my question. I rise to ask the Minister of Energy and Green Transition when the abandoned rural electrification project since 2016 in the following communities in Wa West will be completed. 1. Varempiri. 2. Metel. 3. Grungu. 4. Kau. And the last one, number 5, Tendoma. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the communities, namely Varem, if I got it right, Metel, Gurung, and Kau, forms part of the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition's ongoing Chef 5 Rural Electrification Program in the Wa West district of the Upper West region. High tension and low tension works have been completed at Varem, Metel, Gurung, and Kau. However, 8 kilometers out of the 37-kilometer high tension line, 7, Gurung and Kau, has been vandalized. The ministry has approved for the release of transformers and other material from its stock at the NEDCO warehouse in Wa for the above-mentioned communities. However, due to the unavailability of 10-meter wooden high-tension posts used for transformer platform, the contractor is yet to be issued with the transformers for installation in the beneficiary communities. The ministry is currently in the process of seeking approval from the Ministry of Finance to procure 10-meter HT poles for the mounting of these transformers. The consultants and the contractor are yet to receive a report of the incident from the Ghana Police Service for onward submission to the ministry for appropriate action. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is liaising with the consultant and contractor to determine the best way forward for the restoration of the vandalized network to facilitate the completion of these works. Restoration of the vandalized network and all outstanding works are expected to be completed before the end of the year. The Tendoma community does not form part of the ongoing projects yet. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member. In line with Standing Order 198, is there any supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have a few supplementary in line with the standing order. Mr. Minister, in the 8th Parliament, your predecessor promised electricity in the various communities as mentioned, effective Q1 2023. That's the first quarter. We have gotten into the second half of 2025. But the information you are giving me is that we should be expecting to get electricity by the end of the year. Can you look into the camera and look into the face of the people of Wild West and assure them, at least for once, that for this time around, by the end of the year, if you can be specific, is it in December, in November, or in October that we should be expecting electricity? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, how I wish I could give a categorical date with emphasis that it will be done. But like I said, Mr. Speaker, I've applied to the Ministry of Finance for commencement to enable us engage in procurement. I do not control the Ministry of Finance, and this very House amended the Public Procurement Act, giving the Ministry of Finance the authorization to pre-qualify or pre-approve all public procurements. And it's this House that took the decision. And in line with that amendment of the Public Procurement Act, I've written to the Ministry of Finance seeking approval to commence procurement processes. And so all of us would have to work to ensure that we get that approval. Once that approval is done, the next step is for the minister to engage in the implementation. And as a technical ministry, once I get that financial clearance, I assure you, I'll prioritize your communities and get them hooked onto the national grid before the end of the year. Thank you very much.
Yes, any further supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, the minister seems to be speaking with so much confidence because of the fact that he succeeded in getting a levy that will solve Dumso, and he's excited. That is okay. But Tendoma appears to be missing from your answer. It seems Tendoma is not part of the ministry's project, but Tendoma is wired, and there is a transformer, but you've said nothing about it. What is the state? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And that is all part of the process of governance. Thank you very much for that information. Very welcoming news. As a new minister, I'm still gathering all the information across the country. And so I promise you, with the information relayed to me, it will be taken on board and given urgent and utmost priority. Thank you.
Honourable Member,
Mr. Speaker,
your last supplementary question.
I want to thank the Honourable Minister for Energy and Green Transition, and just to let him know that the people of Wild West have so much confidence in him. If anybody will fail us at all, it shouldn't be Honourable John Jinapor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honourable Member, this is a constituency-specific question. We will move to question number 109, standing in the name of Mr. Pius Kwame Nkwa Sevi Akontombra.
Member of Parliament. You have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to ask the Minister of Energy and Green Transition when the following communities in my constituency.
Honourable member, please speak into the microphone.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Energy and Green Transition when the following communities in the Sahwi-Akontomra district will be connected to the national grid. Kohomode, Tewia Krum, Congo, Obin Krum, Kusi Krum, Okra Krum, and Proboline. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the communities my colleague mentioned, namely Bonhomode, Tewia Krum, Congo, Obin Krum, Kusi Krum, Okra Krum, and Proboline, forms part of the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition's cost-sharing arrangement with the Member of Parliament for Sahwi-Akontomra constituency under the SHEP 4 Rural Electrification Program in the Akontomra district of the Western region. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that part of the materials have already been released to the ECG for safekeeping and would be released for installation to the beneficiary communities within the next few weeks. I want to assure you that I'll personally follow up, particularly this month, and work to get those items released. Once those items are installed, we shall release the remainder of the items so that we can ensure that we facilitate the completion of the works to the Member of Parliament through our cost-sharing program. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, this is also a constituency-specific question. But, Honourable Deputy Whip,
Yes, Right
you have
Honourable
a follow-up?
Speaker. I want to ask the Honourable Minister for Energy
Honourable members,
Mr. Speaker, I just want to report back to you that it's 11 minutes past 3. It's 11 minutes past 3. And still, we are 72. Now, we are 72. The time I raised the quorum, we were 49. Now, we are 72. And we need 91, 92.
but, Honourable member, you have just read the rule. Which aspect of the rule allows you to do the head count?
Mr. Speaker, I was just reporting back to you. You said I should keep the time. It was it was Mr. Speaker, it was 2:57. Now it is 11 minutes past 3, Mr. Speaker. About 14 minutes now. So I'm just drawing your attention to the time.
Now, you were doing the head count. That is why I'm asking you.
Mr. Speaker,
that
you
read the
that
rules.
part and
Which
concentrate on
aspect
the
of
time
the
part.
rules require that you should do the head count? You want to exercise my powers? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Member, supplementary.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, I will be very happy if you could brief the House the arrangement under the SHEP 4 program and what was agreed between the program and the Member of Parliament then, so that it will also enable me to do a follow-up and know what I should also provide in the course of the project. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister. Any arrangement?
Mr. Speaker, under the cost-sharing arrangement, the ministry would normally provide you with items that it has in stock, and then those that it does not have, if the Member of Parliament agrees, the Member of Parliament will procure those items. And so, Mr. Speaker, with your permission and seeking leave from you, we would formally communicate to you in writing what we expect you to do so that we can have the records. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Member, any further supplementary question?
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to also seize this opportunity to ask my Honourable Minister that there are so many communities in my constituency which, as we speak, they are in darkness as a result of a broken down transformers. And yes, and I will formally write to you so that when you are going to help to execute the SHEP 4 project, then you also add it to it. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, your questions are directed at specific communities within your constituency. So, within the meaning of our rules, you cannot be asking questions based on other communities apart from the communities that you have listed. Honourable members, the reason is that when you ask the question, opportunity is given to the minister to prepare his answers and probably publish the answers in our order paper. So if you have the opportunity to ask a supplementary question, the supplementary question must be within the question that you have asked.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I exhausted the supplementary question because his last answer to my question solved everything. I only wanted to put this one into his bag so that
then find a way of getting this information to him, but not through this process. Honourable members, can we take question numbered 130, standing in the name of Honourable Kwame Jijoli Gakpe, Member of Parliament for Keta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition the total indebtedness of ECG and what plans are in place to resolve those challenges.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, the total indebtedness of ECG as it stands as at March 2025 is 67 billion. Mr. Speaker, 67 billion. And the plans to resolve this 67 billion debt, which has reduced largely on account of an improvement in the exchange rate, are as follows. We want to work to increase revenue and also reduce losses. The performance of district managers and general managers of the various ECG operation areas have signed performance agreements with management, and ECG management will sign performance agreements with the Ministry of Energy as well, so that we can monitor performance throughout the period. Right Honourable Speaker, when we were leaving office, the losses were around 22%. On assumption of office, it had hit almost 40%. I'm happy to announce that the losses are reducing. We also want to ensure that we stick to the cash water flow mechanism, and so far we've been doing so. We are going to renegotiate with the IPPs again, because we believe that they've made a lot from the state, and this is the time for the IPPs to also show some commitment so we can sustain this sector. Mr. Speaker, we are working to involve the private sector in the billing and collection at the last mile with ECG and possibly NEDCO, so that they can bring expertise, they can bring the needed revenue and overall efficiency when it comes to collections. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the measures we are taking in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance to work around this inherited debt of 67 billion.
Any supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I would like to find out from the minister, based on the needed revenue collection they are trying to increase. As at now, there is a mechanism in place in terms of using electronic platform to Momo, electronic platform to collect the funds electricity bill. My mother in the village who cannot use Momo don't have phones. How will you pay electricity bill? What mechanism are you putting in place those who cannot use electronic platform to actually pay the electricity bill?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, such special situations, ECG is mandated to vary the electronic payment. The electronic payment is to ensure that we do away with wastage and possible human interference. But Mr. Speaker, if your mother cannot do memo, I'm sure the son, nephew, daughter, or granddaughter can help your mother or assist her to do momo. But let me just say that if you have such exceptional situations, the system allows for a variation of the norm so that it will be an exception. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member. Any further?
Mr. Speaker, no, please.
Well, we'll move to question numbered 131. Also standing in the name of Kwame Jolly Gakpe, Honorable Member of Parliament for Keta. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, hold it. Honorable members, permit me to introduce our revered students here in our midst. First on the list is Ideal Community School, led by Ajiman Prempre, Assistant Headmaster. They are from Mokaikwe South constituency. They numbered 78. Second is Tuna Senior Technical School, led by Ahmed Bodai, Head of Social Science Department. They are from Sola, Tuna, Kalwa. Honorable Chiwete, are you here? Their Member of Parliament is Honorable Chiwete. We also have students from Klagon, TWMA Junior High School, led by Nana Kojo Adai. Teacher, they are from Tema West. Honorable Member for Tema West, are you here? Yes, they are 64 in number. Last on the list is St. Lawrence Basic School, led by Raphael Bochi, Assistant Headmaster. They are from Cape Coast North. Honorable Member for Cape Coast North. While I use the opportunity to welcome you, may you humbly have a fruitful visit to Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Now, Honorable Jijoli Gakwe, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition what initiatives are being taken to address environmental concerns related to power generation in the country.
Honorable Minister, please, you have the floor. You have not heard the question. Very well, Honorable Member, you are expected to take the question again. Can we remain in silence?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition what initiatives are being taken to address environmental concerns related to power generation in the country.
Mr. Speaker, the Environmental Protection Agency which is under our hardworking minister, the Honorable Dr. Mutala, is the authority mandated to protect people and environment from significant health risk and to develop and enforce environmental regulations which governs power generation plants. However, let me put on record that the Commission requires a valid EPA permit as a prerequisite for the issuance of license, and they continue to monitor such plants. The Volta River Authority and the Buipa Authority also ensures that the environmental regulation compliance related to power generation, especially for hydropower, is complied with. This compliance is governed by the EPA Act 2025 Act 1124, which replaced the EPA Act, Act 490. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary within the meaning of Standing Order 89?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Any? Yes, Honourable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, just to remind you about the issue I raised under Article 102 of the 1992 Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, you raised the issue under Article 102, and you rightly urge upon me to invoke the standing order under Order 64. And I have even engaged you in this matter, Honourable Deputy Minority Whip, Honourable Member of Parliament for Tolon.
Mr. Speaker, I have no difficulty in you going by the procedure, except that it's past 30 minutes when I raise the issue. Now it is 3:25, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say something, but because you are the one presiding, I can't say it. You understand?
Yes, but
Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Member, the power I gave you.
Say whether you want to defy the Constitution.
No, the right I gave you to be my timekeeper, I am inclined to take it away from you now.
So Mr. Speaker, with respect,
you
let's
no longer
comply.
be my timekeeper.
Mr. Speaker, you've been lenient to them. The chief whip is seated and concerned. They can't marshal 91. So, Mr. Speaker, I think you should do the needful. And let's adjourn this house, because we don't have the quorum to continue.
But honestly speaking, Chief Whip, before you come in, honorable members, there are certain things which are not good for the optics. Is it the case that business of the house is supposed to be one-sided? I do not want to say what I heard a member of parliament say to others before leaving the room. I think this is not good for our democracy. 30 years long, there are certain things which are not expected of us. Yes, honorable majority chief, let me hear you.
Speaker.
Or you are okay?
Speaker, you have appropriately revoked Rule 4 and Order 64. The procedure is being followed. The bell has been rung twice. My understanding is that some committees are still meeting. So we've sent instructions that those committee meetings be suspended so they will attend upon business on the floor. Mr. Speaker, 2, it is most inaccurate for my brother to allege that we are sitting here unconcerned. Every effort has been made to bring in the members. Mr. Speaker, like you alluded, my brother had his members on the floor. But as we speak, they are sitting in the coffee area. So if the call regarding quorum is not a matter to create mischief, then I don't know what it is. They are all sitting at the coffee area. But because I don't have the mandate to whip them in, they don't take instructions from me. So be it as it is, we are getting our numbers. Mr. Speaker, we can comfortably commandeer 92 members, minimum for you to to proceed with. So it is not a problem at all. But like you alluded, they should not be creating mischief. He should bring his members so we can do this government business
Honorable
together.
members, looking at
I
the
thank you
other
for the
paper,
opportunity.
looking at the other paper at page 4, Committee on Bank Benches Business. Honorable members, looking at the attrition rate, what is the number of the backbenchers? If you take the backbenchers out for a meeting, and we are still raising an issue of quorum to commence business, then we are asking that the backbenchers to stop their meeting and come to the chamber. That is why I tried reaching out to the deputy whip. Yes, Honorable
Mr. Speaker,
Comfort Doyo.
when you check the attendance now, you will see that we have more than quorum to transact business. His members, you go to the coffee shop, there are more than 50. If you add it to this number, we can even pass a bill. So, Mr. Speaker, we have the quorum. The attendance book is here. If they feel they didn't come to Parliament today, then we should take off their names from the attendance so that we know that these are the only numbers we have and there is no quorum. They cannot sign and go and sit in the coffee shop. Meanwhile, there is no coffee there for them to drink, but they are sitting there. So, Mr. Speaker, we have quorum. The people are there. We are here.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just before the House started sitting, I received some chiefs from my place who came on some mission. And I was watching proceedings. I saw the time when the issue of quorum was raised. I expected that the bell will be rung. It has been done. Okay. The reason why I'm on my feet is to say that the technology which enables the bell to be rung in the offices of the members of parliament is now that they are
No,
are you sure? My office is not working.
No,
I'm just from my office.
No, mine is not.
No, I'm just from my office.
Yes, me too.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just from my office.
My own is not working.
It's not working. It is not. I'm saying that it is not working. I'm just from my office. I just saw the chief's off and I ran down. I expect the bell to ring in the offices of the parliamentarians. The MPs are in the building. They are in their offices.
Yeah, we have the numbers now.
Receiving constituents and engaging other assignments. We expect the bell to ring in our office because that is how the technology is supposed to function.
He depleted his back.
And it is not. Mr. Speaker, so this habit of deliberately depleting your back so that you can raise an issue of quorum, we must stop it. We must stop it. Where you sit and signal your backbenchers to leave the chamber so that you can raise issues of quorum, we must discourage such conduct. I don't even know if there is some deliberate effort to keep the bell not ringing in our offices. I don't know because I didn't hear the bell. I didn't hear the bell ring. It is very easy to raise quorum, signal your backbenchers to leave the chamber, and then find a way of making sure that the bell does not ring in our offices.
Honorable
Speaker,
Leader.
I think you have a quorum, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Leader. Yes, I have instructed the clerks, so appropriately the House will hear from me. Yes, Honorable Agboja.
Mr. Speaker, as the leader of the House just indicated, Order 64.4, before you can even cause a head count, you should actually direct the clerks at the table to cause the bell to be rung. Is it the case that if the bell is defective, you can still proceed and say, I've caused the bell to be rung, when the technology to ring the bell is not there? So I am asking you to give an interpretation as to whether you cannot, if the bell cannot be rung, can you actually proceed to 64.4b? Because if the bell is not rung, you cannot move from A to B. So I am suggesting that, Mr. Speaker, you have been disabled. You cannot actually proceed to 64.4b because the bell cannot be rung. In that case, Mr. Speaker, for no fault of yours or anybody, I would suggest that we proceed until the bell is fixed. You cannot proceed to 64.4b, Mr. Speaker. That is my interpretation of the standing order.
Honourable members, I will give a further direction that the bell should be rung again, and they should ensure that they ring the bell at the offices.
Mr. Speaker,
No, honourable members, honestly speaking, we have the one that they can, the hand one. So that one should be taken to the offices, so that they should go and do it all the way to job 600. Then we can take decision based on it. Honourable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, you know, when you are presiding, you are guiding us. And decisions you make when you are presiding become precedents of the House and is captured. So I want to remind you, Mr. Speaker, in the 8th Parliament, you know, many a time when those who are not lawyers, the majority whip, the current one and the previous one, the road minister, when they raise quorum issue in the 8th Parliament, they will rely on you. And Mr. Speaker, I remember you get up and you are holding your constitution and say this is a constitutional matter. Mr. Speaker, I need your attention. Mr. Speaker, I'm addressing you and I need your attention. Mr. Speaker, I'm drawing your attention to the fact that decisions that you made when you are presiding, it guides the House. Let us not make certain decisions that will refer to. That will be a problem to the affairs of the House.
I agree perfectly.
When you were here, Mr. Speaker, I remember, anytime there are quorum issues, there used to be 6 good quorum defenders. The majority whip, Honorable
including the first deputy speaker.
They rely on you, and you quote your constitution, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, with respect to you, we are not up to 91. So do the needful. We are not up to 91. And do the needful, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Deputy Whip, is it fair that if my attention has been drawn to the fact that the bell is just around the chamber, and I've given a direction that I should take the hang bell to job 600 to inform members accordingly to come to the chamber? Is that fair? Should that be a good precedent so that in future, if the bell is not working, very well, this one I will abridge the time. After 5 minutes, clerks just count, do the head count of members. Yes, Honorable Agoja.
Mr. Speaker, my contention is that you may not be able to proceed to 64.4b simply because the bell only rang around the precincts of the chamber. Our colleagues on the 11th floor are not aware you have rung any bell. In fact, even in their office, if somebody is in the lavatory, there's no bell ringing. So you are actually not capable of directing a head count because you do not have the ability to ring the bell. And I'm saying that it is not your fault. It is the defect in the system.
Yes.
So can we say that for today,
yes,
or until further notice, until the bell is fixed,
Honorable member,
standing orders cannot be effected.
Honorable member, equity will never suffer a wrong without remedy. The remedy is that they should take the hang bell to Job 600, and then I've given them 5 minutes to report to me. And if after that 5 minutes, we will come back and then take decision. If you have less than 100 or less than the required number to commence business, then we know what to do in the circumstances. Honourable members, we have the last question to take so that we can discharge the minister responsible for energy. Then, Honourable Senior Member.
Mr. Speaker, usually I don't get involved with our own rules. But, Mr. Speaker, the new rule you are introducing might become a new convention. And I believe that are against the rules, because the rules are clear. 10 minutes, and then you take a decision. Now, you have asked them to count. They are still not making up the numbers. And now you are introducing this door-to-door bell ringing. It's very dangerous. The next time, they'll tell us
Honorable member, you are putting words into my mouth. I never mentioned door-to-door today. All I said is that the bell should be rung at Job 600.
Mr. Speaker.
And the clerks are doing exactly the same.
Mr. Speaker, in all humility, you know that the whips know exactly what to do in such circumstances. By now, we expected them to be coming to leadership to discuss these issues so that we can temper justice with mercy. But if you are going strictly according to these new rules, it might create a problem for all of us going forward.
Honourable members, yes. Well, let's finish with the minister responsible for energy. Honourable members, we have the last question.
My colleague knows.
Also standing in the name of Kwame Jolly Gakpe, Honourable member for Keta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition the total accumulated revenue from energy sector levy from 2017 to 2024 and how the funds were used.
Yes, Honourable Minister for Energy and Green Transition.
Mr. Speaker, the management of the energy sector levies comes under the purview and supervision of the Ministry of Finance. And so, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to beg leave of you that the Ministry of Finance is the right ministry to give full account of the collections and disbursement of the energy sector levies. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Any supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, as I don't know.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, can we come to question number 10, the urgent question, under item number 6. Is the minister now available? No. So, Honourable Minister, we thank you very much for attending upon the House and answering questions. So, you are discharged. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of question time. Honourable members, the next item is item number 8. Statement. Honourable members, I promise to give the floor to Honourable Minority Chief Whip because he was raising a matter of urgent public importance. Honourable Habib, I implore you to reach out to him. Yes.
Speaker, we had engaged and we had agreed that this is forum non-convenience. These are matters that we can engage without necessarily having been raised on the floor. Yes. Thank you.
Very well. Any direction?
Mr. Speaker.
So, wait, before I will accordingly direct the clerks to do the head counts. No. No.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
That is why I'm saying that the number. So the number currently is 101. So should I announce the 103? Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with my brother, the First Deputy Minority Whip, if we can withdraw his application earlier made before regarding the matter of quorum. The House, quorum is the mood of the House, and the House is probably in a good mood to deal with the matters before us today. I believe so. My brother. Mr. Speaker, that being said, we want to pray you to consider items number 9 before we consider 8. These are 9, these are papers that we want to...
Yes. Honorable Chief Whip and Honorable Majority Leader, kindly take note, judicial notice of the presence of the minority side. It's for your own good that they have to take note of your presence. So, Chief Whip, do the usual thing and take down names.
Speaker, duly noted. We are guided.
Well. Item numbered 9. At commencement of public business. Presentation of papers. Item numbered 9A.
Speaker, the Minister for Sports and Recreation is unavoidably absent. We therefore pray that the Honorable Minister responsible for rules do the needful for us in this matter. Mr. Speaker, humbly submitted.
Yes. Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, he's laying papers under 9. And Mr. Speaker, even though the minister responsible for sports and recreation is not here, but when you even check, the minister responsible for works and housing, the minister responsible for transport, who is one of our own, they are all not here. So when you, Chief Whip, if you know you have papers to lay, make sure that your ministers are in the chamber. Why are your ministers not here? They are not here. All these 3 ministers, they are not in the chamber. All the 3 ministers, they are not here. The Minister for Sports and Recreation, the Minister for Works and Housing and Water Resources, the Minister for Transport, none of them is here. It's not good, Chief Whip. So by yesterday, when you wanted to pass a 1 cedi more on a gallon of fuel, you got all of them to be here to pass it. A liter. You added 1 cedi to it. You got all 140 something. Today, to lay paper, you don't have them to lay paper. But when it is to put burden on Ghanaians, you now bring them. Mr. Speaker, I have no difficulty.
Honourable Member, he has no difficulty.
Speaker, is well noted.
Very well. Very well. Yes.
Budget performance report in respect of the Ministry of Youth and Sports for the period January to December 2024.
Honourable Members, report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Youth and Sports for consideration and reports. Item numbered 9AII.
Report of the 13th African Games, Accra 2023, hosted by Ghana from 3rd to 23rd March 2024.
Honourable Members, reports has been duly presented
and it is referred to the Committee on Youth and Sports for consideration and report. Item numbered 9B.
Report. In respect of the Ministry of Works and Housing for the period January to December 2024.
Honourable members, report has been duly presented and it is referred to the Committee on Works and Housing for consideration and report. Item numbered 9C. 9CI.
Budget performance report in respect of the Ministry of Transport for the period January to December 2024.
Honourable members, report has been duly presented and it is referred to the Committee on Roads and Transport for consideration and report. Item numbered 9CII.
Budget performance report in respect of the Ministry of Railway Development for the period January to December 2024.
Honourable members, report has been duly presented and it is referred to the Committee on Roads and Transportation for consideration and report. Item numbered 9D. Yes.
Speaker, the indication is that item number 9D is not ready.
Very well. Then it's accordingly deferred. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I still want to draw your attention to my quorum that I raised under Article 102 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I'm not abandoning it. We don't have the quorum, and we should not set any bad precedent for this House. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't have 91 in this chamber. It's a constitutional matter, Mr. Speaker. It's a constitutional matter. So, Mr. Speaker, members, do the needful. You have done, Mr. Speaker, you have extended this thing beyond reasonable time. Mr. Speaker, with respect.
Honourable members,
Mr. Speaker, with respect.
Table office, you are accordingly directed to do the head count. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, there are some committees sitting now. In fact, one of the committee chairperson is just lobbying me to permit them to go and continue the sittings of the committee. No, he's here. You saw him. The cameras, he's here. So, Mr. Speaker, given the pressure that committees are under to finish their assignments, and the pressure I am under to allow the committees to sit and finish certain very critical matters that we have referred to them, and given that the ministers are not available, we don't even have any...
Honourable members. Honourable members.
We don't have any...
Honourable Majority Leader, at the conclusion of the head count,
yes,
I am informed that the number as of now is 103. Akuya, send it to me. It's 103.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you indulge us, we allow some of the members of the various committees that are sitting to continue their work. And if a quorum is raised, we will take steps to ensure that they all come back into the chamber. It has been the culture of this House that whilst we are sitting, committees can also sit simultaneously so that we can be more, efficient in the use of our numbers and the management of our time. It is not a problem if we have a significant number to deal with the issues that are being handled in the chamber. If you want to create this attitude where everybody must be sitting in the chamber at all times, we will not be able to conduct business.
Those are the coffee shops who come.
And I'm surprised that the issue of quorum is raised by a side that obviously from the cameras has decided not to participate in the business of the House.
They are the coffee shops.
Mr. Speaker, look at this side of the House. How many are you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mr. Speaker, 10. 10. 10 of you. 10 of you. In fact, somebody says they are 9.5.
Yesterday they were 25.
Mr. Speaker, on a more serious note, members have statements. These are all our own business. Members have statements. Truly speaking, the questions are our questions. So allow us to take the questions, take the statements of members, and then we can adjourn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we are now on item numbered 8, statements.
Mr. Speaker,
Members,
the majority
we have the
leader
first
is the
statement
leader.
standing in the name of Honourable Emmanuel Kwesi Bejra, MP for Whole West, on ECOWAS at 50.
Mr.
Honourable
Speaker,
member, you have the floor.
The majority leader is the leader of the House, and he has to carry out along. Mr. Speaker, we don't have a half human being, so he should withdraw that. We are 9.5. Who is half among us? So, majority leader, withdraw that.
Honourable members, please, we cannot have a problem over this, because I am aware that during the computation of the delegations and membership of the committees, some proportions will come to 0.5. And the issue that we don't have half human being has been cropping up. Therefore, the use of half human being for me is not an offense.
Speaker.
So that we equate it to a whole.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, Mr. Speaker,
in the circumstances, it cannot be an insult. Yes, Honorable Nyindam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised you have added your voice to buttress what the majority leader said. Mr. Speaker, I am extremely surprised that the majority leader in one breath is claiming that committees are sitting. And if committees are sitting, it is not the majority side alone that is sitting. It includes both majority and minority. But he can conveniently find numbers behind him. And looking directly to us, he cannot see our numbers. He has forgotten that when committees are sitting, it includes both majority and minority.
In the same proportion?
Yes, in the same proportion. And for him to say 9.5, and Mr. Speaker, even in proportion, like you rightly said, we've never had a human being divided in this house.
Yes.
And said 0.5, so you divide and give half to this, half to this.
Yes.
It has always been the case that at the end of the day, it will be a whole.
A whole, yes.
So it is a whole human being.
Yes.
So I want the majority leader to also put on record here that he has said it here that even if we are not there, they can do business. That they don't need us. So today I'm extremely surprised that the majority of 187 is now relying on
Honorable Nyindam,
88.
I have not heard him saying that
Mr. Speaker, he's on
he
record.
doesn't
He
need
said
you
it
to
and he has
do
admitted,
business.
although he said it and he has admitted
that
even if we are not there, they can do business. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the majority leader to do all of us a favor by letting the whole world know that we do not have 9.5 here. Our number is encouraging as the minority. If you want to do one-on-one, Mr. Speaker, they are 187, and they cannot even get 92 to form a quorum.
But
so they should be worried, not us.
Honorable Matthew Nyindam,
They should be worried, Mr. Speaker.
What I said,
yes,
and what you are saying, we are speaking the same language. I'm telling you that during the composition, anytime at all, it is half. Because we don't have half human being. It is a whole. That is what I am saying.
So he shouldn't say we are 9.5.
But what I am saying
so, Mr. Speaker, I want
is
you to put it to
indirectly
him that
he
we don't
shouldn't
have
say you
a
are
half
9.5.
I just want you to straight away put it to him that we do not have a half human being.
Well,
that's
honorable
all, Mr.
members,
Speaker, I'm asking you to do.
Honorable members, let's take note. We don't have half human being. Even in computation, where it is 9.5, we equate it to 10. We don't say 9.5. So, Honorable Bajira, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make this important commemorative statement of the 50th anniversary of the Economic Community of West Africa States, ECOWAS. I must say that we are not merely celebrating a milestone, we are compelled to engage in a profound and unflinching reflection on the trajectory of our journey. This is a time for critical introspection, a time to acknowledge not only the considerable achievements that have marked our path, but also the complex and multifaceted challenges that now confront us, threatening to derail the progress we have so far diligently pursued. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate this golden jubilee, we are reminded of our shared aspirations for peace, development, and prosperity. But we are also confronted with a sobering reality, one that demands not only reflection, but urgent and courageous action. Right, Honorable Speaker, the ECOWAS over the last 50 years has demonstrated its capacity to shape the course of our sub-region, from boosting regional economic integration to playing a frontline role in peacekeeping and post-conflict reconstruction. The community has only survived the political and economic turmoil that has afflicted our continent. It has at many points led the way. Remember the successful interventions in Liberia, Sierra Leone, and the Gambia, which stand as testament to our collective ability to defend democracy and restore constitutional order. We have also witnessed significant stride in fostering the ability to defend democracy and restore constitutional order. We have also witnessed the stride fostering regional peace and stability, the facilitating the free movement of people and goods across our borders, promoting trade liberalization to enhance economic growth, and implementing a diverse array of programs aimed at enhancing the quality of life for our citizens. From infrastructural development to agricultural initiatives, from educational exchanges to cultural collaboration, ECOWAS has played a pivotal role in shaping the destiny of our sub-region. However, Mr. Speaker, despite these successes over the past 5 decades, we cannot ignore the significant setback that currently threaten and to unravel decades of integration and cooperation. The West Africa sub-regional bloc, the ECOWAS, faces disintegration. We are witnessing, perhaps more than ever before, the growing fragmentation of our bloc. Recent years have seen challenges to the stability of the bloc, including political unrest, security threats, and the withdrawal or a breakaway of countries from the bloc. On the 28th January 2024, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso announced a joint statement that they were withdrawing from ECOWAS without delay. Following the military coups, the withdrawal was granted in January 2025, even though the tide can still be reversed until July 2025. Today, Mr. Speaker, other countries express their dissatisfaction with our union's ineffectiveness and responsiveness. The very notion of united, peaceful, and integrated West Africa now appears under siege. Right, Honourable Speaker, security challenges ranging from escalating menace of terrorism and violent extremism that spills across our porous borders to the scourge of transnational organized crime, including drug and human trafficking, and the persistent threat of maritime piracy that disrupt the trade and endangers the lives of our people, pose a direct and immediate threat to the safety and well-being of our citizens. The proliferation of this threat has not only created a pervasive climate for a fear and uncertainty that undermines investors' confidence and hindering economic growth, but also diverted scarce resources away from the critical development priorities such as education, healthcare, infrastructure, further exacerbating the vulnerabilities of our populations and perpetuating a vicious cycle of poverty and instability. A significant factor contributing to this is the perceived, in some cases, the undeniable failure of national and regional parliaments to effectively address these multifaceted challenges. This failure can be attributed to a combination of factors, including capacity, limitation that hinders our ability to conduct thorough oversight over the executive branch and formulate sound and evidence-based policies, financial constraints that limit our operation effectiveness, independence, and ability to adequately represent the interests of our constituents, and most concerningly, a lack of political will which undermines our ability to take decisive action in the face of difficult choices and to hold those in power accountable for their actions. We parliamentarians must accept our share of responsibility in this regard. We acknowledge that we have not lived up to expectation of our citizens, and we must commit ourselves to doing better. The erosion of public trust in our institution, including parliamentarians, that's ECOWAS Parliament, is seriously a deeply concerning issue that must be addressed with the uttermost urgency. We must strive to enhance legitimacy, strengthen our accountability mechanism, and improve our responsiveness to the needs and aspirations of our people we represent, ensuring that their voices are heard and their concerns are addressed. We stand at a critical juncture, Mr. Speaker, in the history of our region, a moment of profound decision that will determine the future of ECOWAS and the fate of millions of our citizens. The painful lesson, Mr. Speaker, of our past should serve as a stark and sobering reminder of the devastating consequences of division, discord, and failure to address the legitimate grievances of our people. In some member states, there exists a growing perception that ECOWAS is either slow to act or detached from the live realities of our ordinary citizens. Others feel that the mechanisms that we skew are skewed in favor of certain political and economic elites, leaving behind nations whose concern may differ with due to geographical security threats, ensuring government's accountability and safeguarding the rule of law. Yet, to many instances, national parliaments have been sidelined, weakened, or co-opted by narrow interests. The ECOWAS Parliament itself, although a symbol of regional cooperation, has often lacked the teeth to act decisively in moments of continental turbulence. The ECOWAS Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and indeed all national parliaments have a vital, indispensable role to play in ensuring stability, promoting good governance, and fostering sustainable development in our region. Our influence must be brought to bear through multi-pronged approach that encompasses strengthening our oversight of the executive branches of our government, ensuring that they adhere to democratic principles, upholding the rule of law, and respect fundamental human rights. We must proactively formulate policies that address the root causes of instability, promote inclusive governance that empowers all segments of our society, and foster sustainable development that benefits present and future generations. We must hold the executive arm accountable to the people they serve, ensuring transparency, responsiveness, and meaningful participation in decision-making process, actively engaging in conflict resolution efforts, promoting dialogue, mediation, and reconciliation as alternatives to violence and confrontation, tirelessly and with unwavering determination to restore among member states and between governments and their citizens, and above all, demonstrate political will to act decisively, collectively with a sense of urgency in the face of unprecedented challenges. This is not a time for despair, Mr. Speaker. It is time for leadership. It is time for moral courage, and it's time for vision. We, the parliamentarians of ECOWAS, must rise to this occasion, not merely as a political actors, but also as stewards of the region. Our people look to us not only for laws, but for hope, not only for policies, but for the progress, not only for debates, but for direction. In recent high-level convening held in Abuja, Nigeria, with the theme, ECOWAS at 50, a reform or disintegrate, which pathway for regional bloc? Among others, Mr. Speaker, the participants rose with a call to reform the ECOWAS Parliament to play a more legislative role in the community. 50th anniversary should not just be to celebrate our past, but to commit a future that is more united, more democratic, and more prosperous. In ECOWAS Parliament, we must play a greater role. Let it be said that in the face of regional fragmentation and rising uncertainty, the ECOWAS Parliament stood firm that we found adversity to resolve and to transform our institution, to deepen our integration, and to affirm our faith in a common West Africa destiny. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I urge you, the Right Honorable Speaker, to use your high office as the chair of Conference of Speakers to refer this statement to the Parliamentary Subcommittee on Foreign Affairs to further deliberation and presentation of the House to report to ECOWAS Commission in commemoration of the ECOWAS at 50, especially as West Africa seeks to redefine the future of regional integration and resilience. May this moment be our renaissance, not our retreat. Let this golden jubilee be remembered not as a time of decline, but as the beginning of renewal. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for your attention. God bless ECOWAS Parliament. May God bless the people of West Africa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Emmanuel Kwesi Bajra. Yes, Honorable Muntala Mohammed, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this but very important statement ably made by my senior colleague, one of the experienced members of parliament in the representation of the ECOWAS Parliament. Mr. Speaker, democracy is the only choice we have. in the 1990s, early 1990s, African countries and in the sub-region decided that the path we must charter will be that of democracy. And I do know that some have argued that we were compelled to democratize because the Western world demanded same, and that financial assistance was actually tied to our ability to democratize. There have been several disagreements to that position. And Professor Ali Mazrui, the celebrated academic and historian, when he delivered a lecture at the Great Hall of University of Ghana, Mr. Speaker, I was present as a student leader and a young undergraduate, and that was the year 2001. Professor Ali Mazrui, in disagreeing with those who have argued that Ghana and many countries in the West Africa sub-region had no choice than to democratize, he gave examples that other leaders in Africa, unlike Ghana and many countries within the West African sub-region, decided not to democratize because they had control over the military, they had control over their countries, and they had control over the systems. But Ghana, indeed, for our love for democracy and for good governance, we charted that part. Now, the expectation of those who wrote the Charter of ECOWAS was that by now, the challenges confronting us would have been challenges of the past. The ultimate objective of ECOWAS was to ease movement of people, goods, and services. Unfortunately, there have been inselbecks, and those inselbecks prevented ECOWAS from achieving the core mandate for which the Charter was written and ratified by member countries. That notwithstanding, a novelty that ECOWAS started was this ECOWAS Parliament, which is a symptom of the representation of sub-regional, aspirations of the people. Unfortunately, many of us in this parliament, even current parliament, may not have an appreciation what ECOWAS Parliament does. And that is a fact. May not even know what the representation is. And I am challenging myself and challenging all of us, and particularly my senior brother, those of whom who are members of the ECOWAS Parliament. There should be an avenue for members of Parliament to be presented as to the works and dealings of ECOWAS. We have had parliamentary retreats for fresh members of Parliament. I'm not too sure whether in the numerous retreats that I have participated in, there has ever been a program where new members of Parliament are taken through as to the representation either at the sub-regional level or the continental level. And for me, that is a defect. Now, if we could have that imbibe into the retreats that we have had, that as part of the aspects we bring in aspects who will take members through, particularly fresh members of Parliament, as to what constitutes ECOWAS representation and the mandate of ECOWAS as far as our collective, advancement of democratic processes are concerned. Mr. Speaker, I would conclude by saying that we have tried different systems of governance. Ghana, we have tried the parliamentary system to the presidential system, and I guess the framers of the 1992 Constitution haven't considered the defects that we have had in the two systems that we practice.
Honourable Member be reminded of Order 93.5.
Occasioned the hybrid system. I must say the hybrid system also had its defects. And that is why all of us must be interested in seeing the recommendations of the Constitution Review Commission or Committee to ensure that some of the outstanding suggestions that were made were brought to fruition. And with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to once again thank my senior colleague for that outstanding statement made on ECOWAS. Taking into consideration we live at difficult times, cross-border terrorism, cybersecurity, the only way we can find solutions is when we begin to cooperate, we begin to work together, we begin to understand that the challenges confronting us as a sub-region, if they are not the same, but they are similar. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Haji Aladi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by my colleague, Honorable Bejura. Mr. Speaker, let me
Second
first of all,
Deputy Speaker to get ready to take the chair.
Let me first of all thank Ghana for being a member and participating honorably in ECOWAS. Ghana has always made sure it participates and has contributed by paying its dues and fees whenever the need arises, as expected. Mr. Speaker, ECOWAS, as we all know, is basically supposed to be catering for the issues of democracy in the 15 countries that form ECOWAS. But what do we see, Mr. Speaker? Notwithstanding the successes that it has chalked, there are a lot of question marks. Today, we have 3 countries that are no longer with ECOWAS, although we are pursuing them, but it's quite difficult because they have their own reasons why they have decided to step aside. Mr. Speaker, the ECOWAS Parliament, for my observation and being a member, I have noted that there is a lot that needs to be corrected. The ECOWAS Parliament is not like all other country parliaments. No, the ECOWAS Parliament has teeth but doesn't bite. We are more or less people who sit back, listen, take decisions, give it out, and sometimes you are not even sure whether it has been implemented or not. This is a very big question mark. And I think that this should be made clear to the Commission that it needs to be looked at. Mr. Speaker, today we're talking about ECOWAS and celebrating it at 50. We are happy we have been able to establish, and we are 50 years old. But there's still a lot to be done. The regional integration, as mentioned, is partial because you cannot even get up from Ghana today and go to Togo without having maybe a passport or an ID card, which shouldn't happen. Our women are unable to cross borders and trade freely. We still refer to them as Togolese, and we refer to ourselves as Ghanaians, and it doesn't end there. There are gaps. Mr. Speaker, the ECO which we thought would come and unite us has still not been implemented for all these years, and it's quite worrying. The issue of democracy is a very big question that needs to be looked at again. And I would not run from the fact that a place like Guinea-Bissau, which is still part of ECOWAS and has its members coming and sitting in the ECOWAS Parliament, need to be looked at immediately, and then the problem that they have should be nipped in the bud, because a government is not formulated, and yet there are members representing the country in ECOWAS Parliament as members of ECOWAS. And there is a gap. If we said that Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali, because of the issues or disturbances there, we didn't want their members of parliament to continue to be in ECOWAS. What is the difference between them and Guinea-Bissau? What is the difference? I have asked that question. It's not today I'm asking, and I want it to be considered. I want that this message, if referred to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it should be taken by our government and looked at carefully. Otherwise, we will just be sitting and lying in the room while our legs are outside. We will be playing the ostrich. Mr. Speaker, the issue of security is a very big threat in ECOWAS, especially Nigeria, northern Nigeria. The issue of Boko Haram. And the pain is that most of those who are always in trouble are women and children. And the worst aspect of it is that not just women and children, but let me call them pupils or students. And I will say pupils because some of them even are at basic level, primary, and they are normally abducted. We don't know how they end, and we don't know what happens. We are faced with that challenge. In our own country today, the northern sector, and I'll not run away from my constituency, and for that matter, other constituencies around me like Boko, Tempane, and other areas, we have a lot of, we hear, though we haven't seen, we hear and we feel the impact of how terrorists are attacking people and doing whatsoever. We are unable to work on it. I think that this is no longer an issue of just the ECOWAS Parliament, but an issue of all countries coming together, because it wouldn't be affecting only the ECOWAS countries, but I can say that the whole of Africa. However, this notwithstanding, we have some good activities that the ECOWAS Parliament has undertaken. And the last one that we looked at, I am a member of the committee, and we were in Lome, Mr. Speaker, to look at the issue of our transportation, that is not only by road, by our air fares. And what we were looking at is the cost. Mr. Speaker, if you say you are going to Lome today, you will be paying more than 10,000 to go to Lome by air. And yet, we think that we are fighting for all of us. If I can pay, how many other people can do that? We looked at the issue, and it's about certain taxes that have been put in place. And we had about 186 taxes in place, some of them recurring. So we ensured that most of the taxes that were coming from governments should be taken off. We have presented our report and it has been accepted in order to reduce our air fare. We also looked at the issue of treatment of passengers, the way passengers are handled at airports, especially cancellation of flights, delay of flights, how the agencies or the airlines don't cater for passengers who are stranded. We also looked at that issue. Mr. Speaker, my hope and prayer is that as ECOWAS continues to age, we should achieve our aim of ensuring that at the end of the day, the ECOWAS that we want is what we should have and what we should continue to groom. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you very much. Let me move to Kade. Abrim, I'm sorry. Abrim. But, Honorable Member, let's try to be brief a bit. So, Honorable Abrim, we are listening to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity, and also giving me the opportunity to also contribute to this commemorative statement made by the Honorable Member of Parliament celebrating ECOWAS at 50. I think that the question that I would want to ask is, how is ECOWAS relevant to the ordinary person in my constituency, in Abrim? So if I go to Abrim and then I ask ECOWAS, I talk about ECOWAS, how is it relevant to the ordinary person? I think that at the outset, I would say that as compared to the other regional bodies, ECOWAS stands tall. You know, if you should compare ECOWAS to ECAS, to SADC, you know, in terms of what we've achieved, I think that we've gone far ahead than the other regional bodies, despite our checkered history. But there's still a lot to be done, because ECOWAS, per the founders, did foresee a situation where people can move freely, you know, within the West African countries. And largely now you can say that people largely, you know, you can travel from, say, Ghana to Nigeria, you can travel from Ghana to Togo, but there are still some hindrances that I think that efforts would have to be made to correct these hindrances, so that if we say that there are free movement of goods and services, there are free movement of people, people should be able to go about, you know, within the confines, within the borders freely, without, you know, people being stopped and then questioned. Again, one thing that I've thought about, that I think that if we're able to do, will make ECOWAS very relevant, will be the possibility of electing members of parliament directly to the ECOWAS parliament. You know, ECOWAS was modeled around the EU and then the other European bodies, regional bodies. Now, if you look at the EU, for example, people contest for elections to be elected on the EU parliament. So once, you know, national elections are being held, they also go around campaigning, and then they talk about European issues. So if we are able to elect people onto this parliament, people will go around radio stations, go around campaigning, go to their constituencies, talking about ECOWAS, the need for, you know, us, you know, to support the cause, explaining what ECOWAS does to the ordinary person. Like the minister said, now even in parliament, members of parliament, we don't even know what happens at the ECOWAS parliament. Here, we don't know. Because hardly do we even receive reports from our senior members, our members who attend these meetings. So I think that one thing that if we're able to do would excite people, you know, to know about what is happening within the parliament of ECOWAS, will be having people directly elected, so that people don't even have to come here and then be nominated to that parliament. Mr. Speaker, that said, I want to conclude by also saying that ECOWAS is all that we have. You know, they've done a lot within the regional body. Now, until recently, we used to have all the 15 countries having leaders who were democratically elected. Until recently, that we've had 3 countries, you know, going the other way around. But I'm confident that the leadership that we have, you know, within the body, will try and then get these 3 countries on board, you know, for all of us to recognize that the vision of our founders, you know, are being, or the vision is being realized, and that all the objectives that were set for the formation of ECOWAS are being realized. That said, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the maker of this commemorative statement, and then hope that we all join the chorus in celebrating this milestone achieved by the organization. Thank you.
Yes, let me take one, then I come to leadership. Yes, Honorable Avenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, let me commend the maker of the statement for the very detailed presentation on the 50 years journey of ECOWAS. Mr. Speaker, as we mark 50 years of ECOWAS, we do so with pride and purpose. Pride in our forebears who saw the wisdom in unity, and purpose for the tedious work that lies ahead. Mr. Speaker, ECOWAS was founded on three main goals: regional integration, economic cooperation, and collective self-reliance. And if we are to be frank with ourselves, Mr. Speaker, we know that that dream remains more relevant today than ever before. Because from trade to security, from migration to youth development, all the challenges that we face within the sub-region are interconnected, and so must our solutions be. We must approach issues of youth unemployment and challenges with our economies from a continental or the regional point of view. It is only through that, Mr. Speaker, we can address some of these challenges. But, Mr. Speaker, the aspiration for regional integration is often undermined by bureaucratic inertia, by protectionist policies, and insufficient political will. As a member of parliament for a constituency that shares boundary with other West African countries, I must say it is very sad the challenges that our people, especially local traders, even go through just to transact business or to ply their trade across the borders. I want to use this opportunity to call on the government to facilitate processes to make trade within the sub-region easier. And want to use this opportunity to remind the Ministry of Trade and also to remind His Excellency the President that as we promised the people of Ketu North, people of Ketu South, an ECOWAS market which we believe will eliminate the challenges that our cross-border traders are currently confronted with, this is the right time to ensure that such policies are implemented. I call on the House to support the maker of the statement in his wish that this statement be referred to the appropriate authorities, especially the Committee on Foreign Affairs, for some pragmatic actions to be taken. Because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue talking about ECOWAS only by making flowery speeches. The next 50 years for ECOWAS must be about impact, real impact that must reflect in the lives of our people. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I humbly submit.
Thank you very much. Let me listen to Bosome Freho, then I come to leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to also add my voice to commend the maker of the statement, Honorable Bejra, and also contribute or say a few words. The Speaker, just like all the other African economic blocs, the CENSAD, the EEC, COMESA, Maghreb, all of them, the Speaker, there have been some significant achievements, significant progress. But aside the significant progress, there have been some huge challenges. The Speaker, and one will ask, why was it necessary for these economic communities to be formed? Speaker, largely was to help integrate, largely in trade, economic integration. Speaker, but that core fundamental basis for the formation of all the economic communities today are struggling. Speaker, you cannot have a successful trade among the economic members in COMESA. You cannot have same in CENSAD. You cannot have same in EAC. You cannot have same in Maghreb. Same as ECOWAS. Major challenges. Why are these major challenges happening? These major challenges are happening because of something we have not averted our minds to. Mr. Speaker, and that is the migration of everything Africa to the world. There has been a conscious effort by foreigners, by outside world, to tap into the trade that we do in Africa. You will see China-Africa Trade Conference. You will see Russia-African Trade Conference. You will see Europe-African Trade Conference. You will see US-African Trade Conference. What is the point? The point is to tap into the trade that we have that is helping, that would improve our system and economy and create jobs for our people, and rather we are having it with them. So our leadership are unable to build infrastructures that will help us have that trade smoothly. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is extremely expensive to trade between two African countries than to trade between an African country and China, an African country and Russia, an African country and US. Extremely. We have African countries that even when you are traveling to, you would have to move to an European country before coming back to an African country. Because when these things are happening, it will be difficult for the core basis and fundamental reason for the formation of all the economic communities be achieved. Mr. Speaker, one of the major challenges, now I'm coming to ECOWAS, is our leadership inefficiency to deal with the crippling terrorism, the crippling political instability in our continent. Mr. Speaker, just quite recently, we nearly saw another coup d'etat in Côte d'Ivoire. We nearly saw another coup d'etat in Côte d'Ivoire. Mr. Speaker, we have not resolved the ones in Mali. We've not resolved the ones in Niger. We are not done with the one in Burkina Faso. And we are going to have another one in Côte d'Ivoire. Why? Because of a certain influence that the foreigners keep on exerting on us, that our leadership are not able to speak truth to power. That is why we have been in this conundrum. Mr. Speaker, it is important to move forward, to be celebrating 50 years. We must be able to stand on our feet and say that, look, we have come of age and we have leadership that are able to deal with their issues. Mr. Speaker, African Union launched a book and launched a time where we say, African solution for African problems. Mr. Speaker, I am yet to find one African country that practically has found an African solution to its problems. Difficult. We do not even have. We don't have the wherewithal, the political powers to do that. Mr. Speaker, the next thing we'll talk about is the security challenges. It is critical that the stand-up forces that we have in all the economic unions are well equipped, well resourced to be up to the task. A critical example was the Niger one. When we were looking for a stand-up force to go to Niger, we hardly found one because none of the areas, none of the countries had the might or the powers to do so. So we cannot be talking about integration without critically looking at some of these key ingredients that make an integration an integration. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you and then also commend the maker of the statement, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. May I now come to leadership? Very well. So if minority is not ready, let him come to majority leader. I I believe he was a member of the ECOWAS Parliament. He was. And therefore, he can say something to us. Leader, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me join colleagues to commend my colleague, the Honorable Emmanuel Kwesi Bedzwa, for this commemorative statement. ECOWAS is 50 years old, and I think that it is time to look back and see how far we have come. Very often, we don't appreciate what we have until we lose it. I have listened to the comments made, and many of them tend to be skeptical about the prospects of the organization. They tend to be doubtful about what it is that the organization has achieved. But I want to say that I have traveled a bit, and I know that in spite of its failings, the ECOWAS model as a sub-regional organization, an effort at integration by a bloc of 15 countries, is one that is actually envied on the continent of Africa, because none of the sub-regional organizations have achieved as much as ECOWAS has achieved. Fundamentally, at the core of the ECOWAS principle, the establishment principle, is free movement of goods and persons. Arguably, there have been some limits when it comes to the free movement of goods. But as for the free movement of persons, ECOWAS, more than any other sub-regional organization, has been very, very successful. You travel freely across the sub-region. Nobody really stops you. Once you're able to establish your documentation as a citizen of one of the member countries. Remember that even though it is free movement, it is free movement of only ECOWAS citizens, citizens of the member countries. So at least there is a need to prove that you are a citizen of a member country. And that is why some identification becomes necessary. Because we have 4 other, I think, sub-regional blocks, and there are about 35 other countries. So we need to establish that these are our citizens or citizens of member countries who can then enjoy the right to move within the sub-region unhindered. Of course, there will be challenges here and there, challenges at the borders, infrastructure challenges, but all in all, the principle of free movement of persons is highly respected and regarded in the sub-region. And I think that ECOWAS stands tall when you compare us with most other sub-regional organizations. I believe that the effort towards creating a common market, which is the other key pillar of ECOWAS, an economic community, has been challenged. And the challenge is resulting from the fact that the sub-region is divided between a Francophone bloc and an Anglophone bloc, and that has tended to stand in the way of getting greater integration because the Francophone bloc tends to be drawn into their relationship with Europe and particularly France, and then among themselves, their relationships. They are so integrated that they use a common currency, and so that makes them have a stronger tie. But the Anglophone countries don't use a common currency. And the Anglophone countries tend not to be contiguous in terms of territory. But the Francophones somehow have been lucky and tend to be contiguous. And it's perfectly possible within the sub-region for someone to travel through all the Francophone countries without passing through an Anglophone country. But the Anglophone countries tend to be surrounded by the Francophone countries. If you take Liberia and Sierra Leone, two very small countries, they are surrounded by Francophones. You take Ghana, surrounded by Francophones. You take Nigeria, surrounded by Francophones. And so the Anglophone countries are having a greater challenge in terms of uniting, in terms of working as a common bloc in relation to the Francophone bloc. And that has, throughout the various institutions of ECOWAS, permeated and affected the working relationship between the citizens of the various member states. Mr. Speaker, it is hoped that democracy, which has been adopted as the guiding principle in terms of the governance of the individual countries, would have done better. Unfortunately, it still remains very challenged, and the situation has been exacerbated by recent developments in Mali, in Niger, in Guinea, and a few other countries. Our brothers in Togo are struggling. There are challenges in Benin. Guinea-Bissau has issues. So democracy is seriously being challenged in the sub-region. And we need to work together to help one another to be able to do well. Fundamentally, the ECOWAS experiment would have done very well if one or two of the very strong countries economically were a very good example to the rest of the countries and use its economic capacity, military might, and resources to ensure discipline within the sub-region. Ideally, that candidate for disciplining, cajoling, helping the rest of the countries to do well would have been Nigeria. Unfortunately, Nigeria, with its size as a market, Nigeria with its size in terms of population, Nigeria with its natural resource endowments, would have been the anchor for a very successful sub-regional organization, both in terms of military might, ensuring discipline, resources, helping out brothers when they are in trouble, and opening up their markets so that industries will emerge in others, and then they will benefit from the Nigerian market and keep the economies of others also doing well, whilst Nigeria also benefits. Because Nigeria hasn't really lived up to expectation, the sub-region has been challenged. Ghana is emerging as a sub-regional leader, but of course, Ghana is challenged. Ghana doesn't have the advantage of population, the advantage of resource endowments like Nigeria, and the advantage of a market like Nigeria, and its military capabilities definitely cannot compare to Nigeria. Yet, Ghana is the country that has, I believe, the moral authority within the sub-region today to offer leadership. That leadership is being offered. I believe that given our commitments as one of the founding fathers, not only of ECOWAS alone, but of the Africa Union, I believe that we will be able to do whatever we can to bring the sub-region together. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on and on and on, but I think that overall, we've done well. There are challenges, there are serious threats now, but I am very, very convinced that as a sub-region, we will rise up to the occasion, we will mend our fences, we will reunite, reorganize, we will make a more spirited effort to entrench democracy, we will share and open up our markets. And again, we will be each other's keeper, because that was the founding principle that guided our leaders when they met 50 years ago to sign that we should form a common market, a union of a sub-region of Africa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I think we will listen to the minority leader, who incidentally is the third deputy speaker of ECOWAS. So you give him the floor. But leader, before I will ask you to take the floor, I think the member for Bosome Frehon made a statement with regards to Côte d'Ivoire. I think the records must be set straight. Yes. I think that rumor of attempted coup was not right. So I think the records must be set straight. So, leader, can we hear you now?
Mr. Speaker, let me first thank my colleague, Honorable Emmanuel Kwasi Bajira, for a well-researched statement, very insightful. I've had the benefit of reading his statement before my comment. Considering the industry that went into the writing of this statement, I would want to take your leave and share some glory with him in Hansa. I would therefore adopt this statement in its entirety as though they were mine. Having said that, I also want to anchor my submissions first on a very profound statement coming from my senior in ECOWAS, senior at the bar, senior in this chamber, and the leader of this house. He says, quote, Ghana has a moral authority in the sub-region to provide leadership. And why the moral authority in the sub-region to provide leadership? Because of our democracy. In my early days in the sub-region, when I arrived in one of the countries, I thought the airport was, we're doing transit. So when we got out and they said, oh, we've arrived, they said, this is it. And then we checked into a hotel, and the program was supposed to take place at a supposed 5-star hotel. And when we also got there, I said, is that the place? They said, yes. I said, hey, Ghana. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the Lord has blessed this country. Quite recently, I've been talking about the need for us as a country, particularly we, the political class, to bring an end to this, I do you, I do you. This, if you do me, I'll do you. This, if I get power, I'll show you where the power lies. There are certain petty things left for us to do. And if we are done, if we get these things resolved, we would have given it a fine-tuning. And I would say proudly that democracy in Ghana has come to stay. Mr. Speaker, if the majority leader is calling on Ghana to take leadership in the sub-region, what it means is that we need to do a lot as a country. And a lot depends on us as a political class. With the emerging social media and the level of expectation of our youth, if care is not taken, we would find ourselves on the wrong side of history. Let us build the institutions. Let's know the limits of the politics and where national issues begin. If we trivialize issues, one day we may have some challenges. If you look at the 2024 elections and you study the data, particularly the Greater Accra presidential results, the turnout, Greater Accra is where all the politics is done. Yet, if you look at the turnout was 55%. What does that tell? What does that mean? Or what does this data tell us? That some 45% of our people have lost confidence in the politics of our country and have lost confidence in us, in we the politicians. They listen to us, yet they don't believe us. And when you are involved in this enterprise called democracy, and the very people you are serving don't believe in you, then they'll be looking for the alternative. And when looking for the alternative, they don't care about capacity. I repeat, in all the countries that suffered revolution in recent history, it is no more about who is coming. It's about we are fed up with the system. Let us be careful. And I've been cautioning this over and over again. And I didn't start this when I entered into the left side of Mr. Speaker. I started it when I was on the right side of Mr. Speaker. The expectation is high. The expectation is unbearable. But our conduct will give rise to certain consequences. Let me share a story with you, colleagues. Harun Eseku, of blessed memory, he was once upon a time a member of this house, particularly the Second Republic. He represented Awutu Efutu Senya constituency. Eseku told me that once upon a time, some members of his own fraternity were so upset, including even the opposition. And at a point, it got out of hand. Eventually, when the interventionists arrived, it made no difference between the governing party that it was overthrowing and the opposition that it came to meet. They all met at Nsawam. You and I, when on the streets, the people will make no distinction. You think you are MPP or NDC? No. They will see us as politicians who have failed them. Let us be mindful of our actions. For now, you have the government. We will support you with our constructive criticism to make democracy better so that this country can provide the needed leadership in the sub-region. But you must equally tolerate us accommodate us, and manage our views. Because that is the beauty of the game called democracy. We cannot come and everything is being polarized. Everything is partisan. Ghana is not celebrating hard work, industry, and merits. It has to be whom you know. If I get power, I'm looking for who. Because I'm an MPP, I'm looking for who is an NDC for me to destroy. And when the time comes and you also get yours, you now will say, it is your time. It is also NDC's time, let's destroy. All we have is our country, Ghana. If you see the way other countries are failing, if you see the way some of the democracies in the sub-region are having challenges, it's because the politicians in those jurisdictions took things for granted. And Ayana say Eba and Kaiwo, it becomes sudden. Mr. Speaker, when you are about to suffer a calamity, you don't get any form of notice. It just comes, pam. So the Ghanaian political class, the concern what is happening in the sub-region, which has become the subject matter of our discussions today, should guide us, should remind us in how we posture. Mr. Speaker, whilst at it, let me commend those who came before me, were part of the ECOWAS infrastructure. Ghana indeed made significant contributions in the sub-region. Ghanaians who went to ECOWAS Parliament, Ghanaians who were part of ECOWAS Commission. I don't have the time to mention names, but any Ghanaian who entered the sub-region, be it an administrator, a parliamentarian, distinguished himself and herself. And, Mr. Speaker, all these contributions have made our country, Ghana, a shining example in the sub-region. Mr. Speaker, ECOWAS, as has already been said by the maker of the statement, made some efforts to ensure regional stability. There were several challenges in the sub-region that through its efforts in diplomacy, it ensured political stability. Today, ECOWAS is 50. We've been told of the numerous challenges. I can say that the clear vision that was established for integration, peace, development have seen significant strides in promoting economic cooperation, but we can do more. Mr. Speaker, recently I was doing some business in Tablibo in Togo. I was cutting some gypsum from Tablibo in Togo all the way to Aplao, then to Bupe to support some cement production. And I know the difficulties I went through crossing the border, speaking English in a Francophone country. My drivers, sometimes they get arrested. You show your ECOWAS card, nobody would mind you and all. So practically, our traders who cross all the way to Nigeria, those who cross the border by road to Abidjan, are they experiencing the integration in its real form and shape? So that is a challenge. that I believe that we must encourage our government to ensure that integration, free movement of persons, free movement of goods, intra-West African trade is properly enhanced. We trade more with those outside of the sub-region than we do from within. And indeed, is it that some of the goods cannot be found within the sub-region? Today we are concentrating so much on using gold to stabilize our currency. But what we've forgotten is that we can also encourage intra-West African trade, where liquidity remain within the sub-region, and that in itself can also help stabilize our various economies. We need to do that so that we will have a broad spectrum of opportunities for our various countries. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, ECOWAS established an arm of government called ECOWAS Parliament with only deliberative functions, but with no enactment powers. ECOWAS Parliament has only been a chamber that deliberates, and when it deliberates, it gets nowhere. I am sure that our colleagues who are yearning to go to ECOWAS Parliament have a lot of dreams and high hopes, not to disappoint them. But when you get there, those of you who are coming in new, when you get there, unfortunately, all the things you say may not have any force of law. You only talk, and you leave. I think that our heads of authority will have to look at this to empower the parliament of the sub-region to have legislative functions. At least they've done that for the judiciary arm. The ECOWAS court now is able to make certain legal pronouncements that are enforced in member countries. If that has been done for the judiciary, then our heads of state, heads of authorities, heads of government may have to look critically at empowering the parliament of the sub-region to look at laws that would enhance integration, look at laws that would help the cause of ECOWAS. Because, Mr. Speaker, the only central force to hold democracy together is its parliament. Democracy without a functional parliament cannot stand. The reason why Ghana, we've survived, is not because of the judiciary, it's not because of the institutions that make up the executive, it's because of parliament. The people's representatives, the people have confidence that when things get out of hand, their representatives will speak for them. Mr. Speaker, I would want to make this strong suggestion, and without more, call on my colleague, the majority leader, to engage His Excellency the President at Cabinet to initiate the championing of the views expressed on this House regarding empowering ECOWAS Parliament with real legislative functions. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am the third Deputy Speaker, as it's been already said. That comes without doubt. It is so. But what is it about third Deputy Speaker who only presides over a chamber that only deliberates without any legislative power? Mr. Speaker, your gavel becomes effective when what is said can be enforced. or become a subject matter of interpretation by a court. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that the respected Ayariga, who himself for many years was part of that chamber and now leading government business, can table this before His Excellency the President so that when he meets his colleagues, he brings this up, because judiciary arm of ECOWAS now has those powers. The only one left is the parliament, and even when we go on mission, because you don't have any powers, you go there and sometimes you are snubbed and you come back home quietly. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe my respected colleague will take that up. That said, let me thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that special waiver, because after leader speaking, nobody else I would have to speak, but you granted me that opportunity to speak, and I would want to thank you for being magnanimous in that regard. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
For your kind
Thank you very much. I think all the contributors has made nice contributions. I think we take the last statement from the Minister for Science and Technology on World Environment Day. Minister, I entreat you to be on the Yes, Minister, let's hear you. This is the last statement, please. Just indulge us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to make a statement in commemoration of the 2025 World Environment Day, which will be observed globally on the 5th of June 2025, that is tomorrow, under the global theme, Ending Plastic Pollution. At the national level, we are commemorating this important day under the theme Repurpose Plastic Use with the slogan Rethink Plastic Pollution, Act Now. Mr. Speaker, plastic pollution has become one of the most pressing environmental challenges of our time. What once served as a symbol of modern convenience has evolved into a global menace, choking our waterways, endangering marine lives and terrestrial ecosystems, and posing serious health risks to our citizens. As a country, Ghana generates approximately 840,000 tons of plastic waste annually, and approximately 9.5% of what is collected is recycled. The rest ends up in landfills, drains, water bodies, and even in our food chain. Mr. Speaker, Ghana generates 0.979 kilograms of municipal solid waste per capita per day, amounting to an overall daily municipal solid waste generation of 6.1 million kg. About 81% of municipal solid waste generated in Ghana is inadequately managed. Plastic waste, Mr. Speaker, account for just below 5% of municipal solid waste, with a daily generation rate of about 302,000 kilograms, 81% of which is inadequately managed, 6,044 kg per day of plastic waste leaked into the environment in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, currently there are only 25 plastic recycling companies operating in Ghana, with a combined processing capacity of 320 tons of flexible plastic per day, mainly sourced from water Sachi. Though a few formal waste management companies recover plastic waste for export as scrap, more than 95% of recovered plastics in Ghana is captured by informal waste operators. The recovered plastics, dominated by thin film plastic Sachi for drinking water, are supplied to local processors that produce shopping bags. Only 2% of PET bottles are recycled in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this year we are placing a strong emphasis on repurposing plastic use. Instead of treating plastic as a disposable commodity, we're encouraging innovation in reuse, recycling, and redesigning products for sustainability. We believe that behavioral change is at heart of this transformation, and this is why we urge every Ghanaian to embrace the slogan, "Rethink Plastic Pollution, Act Now." A change in attitude can indeed change our environment for the better. To this end, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry is collaborating with the Environmental Protection Authority, civil society organizations, academia, and the private sector is rolling out targeted public education campaigns and school-based environmental clubs. Mr. Speaker, at this year's celebration, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, will launch the One Child, One Tree initiative in support of government flagship Tree for Life program. This initiative aims to instill environmental stewardship in our children and the youth by encouraging every child to plant and nurture a tree, thereby contributing to reforestation efforts and helping to combat climate change. Mr. Speaker, my ministry is also working with private sector partners to support innovative recycling businesses, improve collection systems, and develop alternatives to single-use plastics. Our goal is to transition towards a circular economy, where waste becomes a resource and sustainable development becomes a lived reality. To this end, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Environment has selected some plastic recycling companies who have been supported through the Circular Economy Framework for the plastic sector in Ghana, which is being implemented under the National Plastic Management Policy with funding from the Global Environment Facility. Mr. Speaker, I call on all of us, leaders, and as representatives of the people, government officials, policymakers, community leaders, businesses, and indeed every citizen to unite in this nation effort. Let us be reminded that plastic pollution is not someone else's problem. It is our shared responsibility. Let us rethink our consumption, repurpose our habits, and reform our systems. Let us also encourage and support the children and the youth to support and implement the One Child, One Tree initiative and contribute to greening our environment. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to inform the House that the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology will join the rest of the world in observing the World Environment Day, the World Ocean Day on the 8th of June, World Day to combat desertification and drought on the 17th of June, and the African Scientific Renaissance Day on the 30th of June. Let us remember, attitude changes things, and act now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regardless the unnecessary heckling, you allowed me to proceed. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Let me listen to Honorable Member for Damango. Then I'll come to you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Honorable Minister for Environment for ably making this statement to commemorate World Environment Day. Mr. Speaker, he's raised some very important matters which all of us should exercise our minds on, particularly the issue of plastics. Mr. Speaker, we know that our country over the years has grappled with the menace of plastics and their debilitating effects on the environment. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, it's heartwarming and encouraging that the minister has indicated that he is going to spearhead the effort at formulating policy to deal with plastics. Mr. Speaker, I do know that the previous administration, the Akufo-Addo administration, particularly under the stewardship of Professor Frimpong Boateng and Minister Kweku Afriyie, had put in place some framework and established a foundation or a basis for us to be able to come to grips with the issue of plastics. Mr. Speaker, the issue of e-waste and their impact, negative impact on our environment, and the other issue of medical waste are all matters that I believe the minister should consider in the formulation of his policies. Mr. Speaker, the final point I'd like to make in respect of how we will preserve our environment and safeguard the integrity of our environment, Mr. Speaker, is the big elephant in the room, the issue of illegal small-scale mining. Mr. Speaker, in our country, Ghana, you will see that illegal small-scale mining is one of the major drivers of deforestation. And as we know, deforestation is what drives or leads us to desertification. And therefore, if we do not get a handle on illegal small-scale mining, almost all the efforts we are making relating to plastics, relating to electronic waste, medical waste, and other interventions to preserve the environment, Mr. Speaker, all of those will come to naught. It's absolutely important that we come to grips with the issue of illegal small-scale mining. And Mr. Speaker, we do know that today the issue of illegal small-scale mining has become a front burner issue. It's become a major issue. The attack on our forest reserves and their integrity, and the attempt to pollute the river bodies of our country, and the devastation of our landscapes through illegal small-scale mining have all become a major issue. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by submitting, and I say so to the Minister for Environment, the Honorable Minister for Environment, that a lot of commentary is being made about how we can tackle illegal small-scale mining from the point of view of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and other ministries and departments. But, Mr. Speaker, I dare submit that the Ministry of Environment has even a much more crucial role to play when it comes to the issue of illegal small-scale mining, because they are the custodians of the environment, and they are the ministry which is charged with the mandate of preserving the environment, any and everything to do with the environment. So if, for example, our healthcare system is compromising our environmental, the integrity of our environment, is the mandate of the Ministry of Environment. If the communication and digital industry of our country is compromising our environment, it's still the mandate of the Ministry of Environment. So is it also that if illegal small-scale mining or mining generally is compromising the environment of our country, is the Ministry of Environment, which is why, for example, by law, Mr. Speaker, you cannot mine in a forest reserve without an Environmental Protection Agency permit. And you cannot literally conduct any activity in our national economy without the authorization or certification of the Environmental Protection Agency. And so the minister requires the support of this House and all of us in the discharge of his mandate to ensure that all the various components which affect the environment of our country are brought under the legislative and regulatory framework to ensure that we protect the environment of our country, our river bodies, and our landscape. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I commend the minister for this very excellent statement he has made on World Environment Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me come to protocol here.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology in commemoration of World Environment Day 2025. Mr. Speaker, the theme for this year, which is ending plastic pollution, is of particular interest to me because for the last year and a half, I have collaborated with the University of Ghana, and we have set up in the Osu Alata electoral area in my constituency, which is in a fishing community in a deprived area on the beach. We've set up a pyrolysis setup, which is meant to actually convert plastics to fuel. We don't discriminate. All types of plastics are turned back into fuel. We turn them back into gas, into diesel, and petrol. And I would like to take the opportunity to invite the minister to come and see what we are doing there, because he talks about repurposing plastics and ending plastic pollution. This is a fishing community. It's quite deprived. And what is amazing is that we are incentivizing people to actually clear plastic waste from the environment and turn it into something useful. So in so doing, they are provided with a source of fuel, as well as the fact that they can actually sell some of the fuel that we are making at the end of this project. Mr. Speaker, the fact is the issue of plastic waste goes beyond the solid plastic waste that we can see. The science currently shows us that we have microplastics in our food chain, and which means that it's making its way into our bodies. What this means is you may be thinking that you're going healthy and eating fish as opposed to meat, and you may be consuming a lot more plastics than those who are not even touching fish at all. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue of how plastics end up into our food chain is something that we need to address. Another thing that we need to look at is single-use plastics. How are we looking at the issue of single-use plastics? What are the alternatives? Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that I mentioned a couple of years ago when we finally debated the bill on the regulation of the cultivation of, I'm trying to think of the alternative word, of marijuana in Ghana, the cellulose can be used as an alternative to plastic. It serves the purpose just as well, and it's completely biodegradable and therefore environmentally friendly. And so I'm mentioning this so that perhaps for some people who may have some kind of a negative impression about what marijuana cultivation in Ghana could be about, it could be an alternative to plastic, which would not be as harmful to the environment, will not enter our food chain as microplastics, and will definitely provide employment, will provide some kind of value addition, and we can look at exporting as well. Some of the vehicles that we look at and think are so special, including, I believe, the BMW, some of them are using in the frame of the vehicles some of the derivatives of the cellulose of the marijuana plant. So, Mr. Speaker, there are alternatives to what has become a real menace to our health, to our environment, and to our lifestyle, provided we're willing to be creative, if we're willing to support the CSIRO to conduct research in order to be able to provide alternatives that will be healthy, that will be less damaging to the environment and to our bodies. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the Tree for Life program, the Effa Sutherland Park, which is one of the last green zones left in Accra, is in my constituency, is currently under the Ministry for Gender. I repeatedly asked questions on its use and unfortunately did not get any positive response, but I would like to reiterate the request that this year, when we are doing the Green Ghana Day, there should be trees planted there. The Effa Sutherland Park should be regarded as a green zone project that I hope the minister will take up and really turn it into something worthwhile to really show what we're talking about if we say we're going green, if we say we're looking at how we improve on our environment. Most major cities in Europe and in the US have a park. And the purpose of that is not simply for aesthetic reasons. It's also to absorb some of the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere to make it a lot more pleasant to breathe, to improve oxygenation in the air. But it also cools the temperature, because the more concrete surfaces you have, the more air conditioning you have in any area, the higher the temperature of that area becomes. And so some of these green zones that we have in an area where finding land to actually establish green zones has become so difficult, I believe is something that perhaps the minister could take up and make it a project that could really show the government's political will towards protecting the environment. And so, Mr. Speaker, with these two suggestions, I would like to reiterate the invitation to the minister to visit my constituency, the Alpha Sutherland Park, as well as the Plastics to Fuel project that we have in the constituency, where you can actually witness the fuel, and we may sell some to you so you can put in your vehicle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm giving it to Honorable Member for Takoradi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I'll congratulate the Minister for bringing this to our notice and celebrating the World Environment Day. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the environment is what sustains us. And it is very important that we also sustain the environment so that it sustains us. Mr. Speaker, if you take first and foremost the issue of rubber, I think that it is a menace that has bedeviled this country for a very long time. And I believe that it is time we scale up all the pilot projects across the length and breadth of the country to make sure that we can reuse or repurpose these plastics. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of industries springing out of plastic recycling. People are using them for creating new cloth. Others are using them for tables and chairs to supply schools and the rest. And I believe that is one area we should be able to do so. But Mr. Speaker, to be successful at this, I believe that these projects would have to be fully decentralized. One of our biggest challenges we have in this country is that a lot of these projects are always centralized. If it is not Accra, it doesn't happen, say, in Adanse. It doesn't happen, say, in Takoradi. And I believe that we should find a new model to make sure that we can scale it up across the country. And in every village or every time that we are implementing some of these projects, we make sure that we put in the right systems in place so that we can really capture and make a huge impact with these recycling projects. Mr. Speaker, if you take a lot of our coasts, they are always full of plastics. Full of plastics. I mean, from the nylons that people are using to fish, to the ice water rubbers, ice water bottles that we are using. You see that they are just littered across the length and breadth of our communities. And when they get into the ocean, we know a lot of these fish also eat them, and we, the human beings, also eat these fish, and then we tend to pollute ourselves. So I believe that where we have this connection from the land to the oceans, we should strategically create a major project for all the coastal towns in this country, village by village, community by community, and make sure that we are able to capture these plastics for recycling. That should be a major project for the Ministry of Innovation and the Environment. Mr. Speaker, the other issue about the environment is that in Ghana, virtually all our mines, big mines, are situated in mining and in forest reserves. We are now currently also having a difficulty of small-scale miners or illegal small-scale miners also entering these forests and devastating them. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that we also look at the way we manage our license regimes. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, most licenses delay. Sometimes it takes about 3 years for the license to be issued. And when they are issued, because there's no coordination between the national, the region, and the district organizations, you tend to realize that they do whatever they like. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is time we look at the issue of polluter pays. If we believe that this deforestation is caused by small-scale miners, in virtually every district that we have in this country, we have the Small Scale Miners Association. We should be able to partner with them. The national should be able to co-create something with them for first anti-galamsey activities. If you take the district mining committees, where you have the district chief executive, we have the police, we have the immigration, we have the chiefs on these committees, we need to activate them and also embolden them, or even giving the power to issue full licenses for miners, so that they can be accountable for the space in which they work. Mr. Speaker, if we are able to do that, this business of the disconnect between the national and the district in managing mining in particular will come to the barest minimum, because then they will have the responsibility to make sure that if you license, you take responsibility for making sure that the right mining is done, and then if there's reclamation, you take responsibility for it and do them. And when the policeman is at the place where the action is taking place, I believe that we have more success than trying to always use Accra operation to manage local activities. Mr. Speaker, thirdly, we also know that when you invest $1 into any reclamation project, you get $7 output. And therefore, I believe that it's time that Ghana as a whole should be bold in investing, because anywhere that has been devastated, if we are able to raise the money to invest, we are going to get 7 times what we have done. Yes, multiple. So I believe that that is one area of creating more jobs and more opportunity. And we shouldn't just do it like ceremonial. Sometimes we go and open this program or cut the sword for this project, and then we don't invest the money. But if the communities, for instance, know for a fact that when the 1 million come, they are responsible for making sure it's 7, and then leaving the trees for them to make sure that they supervise them and grow them, Mr. Speaker, it will help us. Last but not least, there are people who also want to go into tree planting privately. In fact, sometimes individually on their farms. They want to be sure that when those trees grow and they are cut, their families or family members or community will benefit directly from these trees. Unfortunately, in Ghana, when you even buy an electricity pole to your house, you are not credited with the amount. Anybody can look onto it. So people are not interested in co-investing with government. And I believe that is one area we have to look for tree planting, so that people can individually plant 1, 2, 3, 4, and look after them to grow. And then when government gives the permit for the felling of these trees, at least our people will be able to benefit. Lastly, I know that when it comes to the issue of carbon credit, it's something that is coming up all over the world. I mean, Zimbabwe has made a huge stand in creating so much wealth out of it. It is time that Ghanaians are also educated about this money-making system. When we are able to do that, Ghanaians will be interested to make sure that the forests in their communities are protected. Because if government, for instance, this year is making like $300 million from carbon credit, we should go to the communities that are protecting their lands and say, yours is 10,000, yours is 20,000, yours is 100,000, yours is 1 million Ghana cedis, $1 million. Then the communities will be there to protect those forests against the illegal miners and the galamseyers. And I believe that that is one incentive we should be able to deliver to the people of Ghana to make sure that we can get more carbon credits into our country, and then we can use that to protect them. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Professor Ayensu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to make this comment on this statement. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister of Environment on the commemoration of this World Environmental Day. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to specifically focus on plastic pollution and its effects on the environment. Mr. Speaker, this is a public health menace as well as a serious environmental problem in this country. Specifically, the single-use plastics, especially the sachet water and the bottled water plastics that we use. These plastics end up in the environment. They end up in the landfill. And for those of us who live around the ocean front, when you come to my constituency of Isikado Ketani constituency, and you look at the ocean front, we have Injesiampano, we have Bosumtrisam Fishing Harbor, and we have European Town Beach. Mr. Speaker, the environment is full of single-use plastic that is causing a serious health problem. The single-use plastics are choking up every single gutter, it's choking up every single drain, and it's even choking up the ocean itself. It leads to malaria, stagnation of water, malaria, dirty environments, all kinds of bacteria, viruses that are keep growing in these environments. So as we can tell from our health indices, people who live in those communities, one of the biggest problem, the biggest burden of disease is malaria. Malaria is the biggest burden of disease for this country as well. So I truly believe that eliminating these single-use plastics will actually decrease our burden of disease in this country. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, it also ends up in our ocean. It's very harmful to marine life, first of all. And then the fish gets entangled, suffocation, and also they ingest these plastics. The plastic end up with microparticles in the fish itself, and then we eat the fish. So it's even affecting our food source and then affecting our long-term health. Mr. Speaker, I believe that as a body, we can enact some policies that may help us. So I would recommend that we actually look into some of these recommendations, which is to really minimize the use of single-use plastics and opt for renewable options. Mr. Speaker, President John Dramani Mahama, in one of his flagship programs, is called Ejumara. Ejumara is a policy where he is going to give young people grants to start up new businesses. Recycling, as well as coming up with renewable type of single-use items, is one of the areas that I think that the Ejumara policy should push, because we can use things like banana leaves, we can use things like plantain leaves, we can use some of our local leaves to even make plastics and also to make disposable utensils. So I'm thinking that that would be one of, if we make good policies, we can actually help so that the youth will also get into that industry. One, it will create jobs. Two, it will be beneficial to our health. And three, it will be very beneficial to the environment. I also recommend that we actually do a major public health education on recycling and separation of trash, especially at home. Because if we separate the plastic from the bottle, from the bio trash, meaning the food items or the food that we want to throw away, we can use the food for composting, and then the plastic can go into proper recycling places. So, Mr. Speaker, on this note, I would really like to conclude by thanking the Honorable Minister again on bringing up such a very important issue. And I also like to be a part of championing some policies in this country that would limit the use of single-use plastics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I think I'll take one, then I'll come to leadership. Yes. Honorable member for Finso North, Honorable Pharmacist, let's hear you.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity, and let me also appreciate the Honorable Minister for making the statement on the World Environment Day. Honorable Speaker, plastics, we know, is a good master, but it can also be a bad master. The earlier speakers have already enumerated some of the risks that comes with plastic, and if it's not well used, especially when we talk about microplastics, how much it can even invade your hormone and it can affect your entire system and change the human structure. So we all know that plastic and waste management is a critical thing that we have to have a look at. But the previous government in 2020 completed what we call the Ghana National Plastic Management Policy in March. My question will be, what has been of this policy? Because many a time in Africa, we establish policies which really has enumerated detailed approach as to how we should manage plastics. But my question to the ministry is, what is the ministry's update on this policy and how well have we utilized this policy? One of the major actions in this policy is behavioral change. If you want to talk about plastic waste management, you want to critically enhance your behavioral change. Because if you look around our environment, the aesthetic nature of our cities, our towns, and our villages are being changed by the way plastic is littered all over. And we can change it by starting with our behavior. If we can manage our behavior, then of course we can curb plastic management. Then of course we can also look at waste segregation. How often do we, even in this August house, segregate our waste? It's very critical that if we are talking about plastic waste management, then we first have to look at waste segregation. The proper waste segregation will lead to the proper plastic waste management. It's very critical that we also have a look at it. Then, Mr. Speaker, we also want to come to how we openly manage our waste. Then open management of plastic is something that is leading to some of the pollution and the harmful effect of plastic that we are experiencing. We can experience, and most of us do experience, that just around the corner, you see somebody openly burning plastic, not thinking about the pollution nature that this plastic that is being burned around the corner is going to have on the impact or the health of their neighbor. So, Mr. Speaker, we can talk and talk and talk. But first, let's first go back to the policy that has been well crafted and approved and it's been put down that we are not utilizing. If we can go through this, then of course we can assess after 5 years how well have we utilized this national policy and how do we intend to update it or improve on it. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that if we look at this policy and evaluate its implementation, then of course we deal with behavioral change. Then in addition, we manage waste segregation, starting from this August house and taking it all the way down to our small towns, like a small town in my constituency in Offensive North, where you think it's only farmers there, but we utilize a lot of plastic and it can be well segregated and be reutilized. Then of course we can also manage open burning of plastic in our country. Because if we don't do that, as for microplastics, all of us will be exposed to it. And in the next few generations, it will be able to change our physical systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement. Mr. Speaker,
Kusiga will not even allow me to call her.
it wasn't me.
Oh, let's hear you. Let's hear you. He said, let's hear you.
Congratulations to myself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement ably made by the Deputy Minister for Environment.
Is he Deputy Minister?
Minister. You see, I want to take part of the post. Mr. Speaker, I'm on my 4th term in Parliament, and I think year in, year out, we have been talking about plastics whenever this day is being commemorated. But what are we doing? Very little. We do a lot of talking, but no walking. And I think it's a very big problem. This is not an issue of the cities, the towns, Accra, or any central place. It's the whole Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this issue needs to be handled and taken up seriously. My colleague on the other side just mentioned that there is a policy. Yes, if there is a policy, we need some kind of legal framework, a regulation, to make sure that we are able to make good use of whatever good is in the policy. We haven't done that. And I overheard him say 2020, 5 years down the line. What have we done? Nothing. Mr. Speaker, as for the pollution and what goes into our bodies these days, only God can save us. Because even if you go to buy TZ, Tuozafi, in the market, at any restaurant, even in the homes today, TZ is being served in plastics. So you just tend to wonder what we are doing to ourselves. The soup is being put in a plastic. Water in a plastic bag. You simply cannot, you can't fathom why all these things. And we have been told severally, I'm not a scientist, but I'm fully aware that the heat causes a lot of problems, and we eat it. Mr. Speaker, not only that, if you get to the northern sector, especially the 5 regions of the north, the kind of havoc that these plastics cause cannot be enumerated. Mr. Speaker, one, the animals go chewing the plastics when they are hungry, especially when salt or some food has been left in any plastic that it contained. They chew it, it's not able to digest, and they die. Many animals. And when I talk of animals, not basically every animal. It wouldn't digest, so they eventually end up dying. That is one. Secondly, the farmers, when they plant, Mr. Speaker, the seeds land on the plastic and is not able to germinate. It becomes another issue. Fertilizers are applied, and instead of it going straight into the soil, it lands on the plastic, eventually melts, and has no effect on the plant. A whole lot of issues. My sister, the doctor, Ayensu, mentioned about the issue of malaria and what these plastics can cause. Day in, day out, we find women running helter-skelter with their children to hospital, and at the end of the day, it is that they are diagnosed with malaria. And we cannot find the immediate causes. We are not looking at it. We aren't looking at it. Mr. Speaker, in our wells, the well, I'm not talking of borehole, I'm not talking of pipeline. I'm talking of the local wells that are being dug in our villages. Plastics find their way into it because the very light ones are carried by wind and dumped inside. Mr. Speaker, I think that we have heard and listened to so many stories about how plastics affect us. Today, I am very happy I have heard from Honorable Zenator that at the end of the day, at least even people can make money out of plastics. If this is the case, there are a lot of people who will want to go into this business. I will wish to urge the minister to support her, not only plastics from around. The minister himself was telling me that only 10% of the plastics around is being collected. Out of 100, 10% being collected, meaning that we are left with about 90%. And the 90% is not just within Accra. The 90% is the whole Ghana and even maybe across. Could you kindly support her to ensure that these plastics, and if it's possible, then that machine or that project should also be taken in the other regions to make sure that we generate a lot and that most people get employment. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, but let me apologize for taking someone's chance. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I will now descend on the leadership.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield to one of the backbenchers on this side. Our side, he says that leadership. And we want to give one of your men the opportunity to speak.
But why? It should be allowed. I mean, what is wrong with that?
It's a house. This is a house. Everything partisan. Everything partisan. Everything partisan.
Honourable members.
Partisan.
Honourable members.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Majority Whip. Majority Whip, please.
Mr. Speaker, sit down. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Earlier on, I saw many of the young guys standing up. Our duty in leadership is to help groom these young ones. Because one day, they would have to come to the front bench. I looked behind. It's not about Dufia. We have to help you to build capacity. It's not everything that you... I don't hear you rise up to speak. Yes, you always... You don't. You're always screaming from behind. Rise up and speak. Rise up. The cameras are capturing you. Rise up and speak.
Leader, please address the chair,
Mr. Speaker, if you are a first timer, don't get involved in heckling your seniors. Mr. Speaker, our job is to help the young ones. But Mr. Speaker, I agree. What I have to do is to take the leave. This man, Mr. Speaker, he was my steady mate. We were studying together at that place. I didn't know he was an NDC. He was always behaving like he doesn't like politics. I'm referring to Eche Defiamepo. We were steady mates. We passed our laws exam together. We studied deep into the night. When I wanted to be an MP, and you didn't show any interest at all. And then today, you are here. You are also the chairman of the National Premix Board.
In charge of premix. In charge of premix.
Mr. Speaker, today this man is pretending to be calm. The Fiamepo Eche, he's pretending to be calm. Today you are pretending to be calm.
You are coming to start.
Stay away. This is leadership. Stay away.
You are coming to start.
You Eche Defiamepo, you are pretending to be calm. Mr. Speaker, I saw many of the backbenchers from inside, the very quiet ones. I know those who are troublesome, they are not in the chamber today. Those who are well behaved, I've seen them. Mr. Speaker, there is our side, we don't have any more contributions. So, Mr. Speaker, no, I checked behind. Is any of you ready to?
No, the moment the leader speaks, that's all.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I have seen a young man, Mr. Speaker, he's always well dressed. He comes in very calm, quiet. He doesn't heckle his seniors. He is up, he wants to speak.
Is it the one with bow tie?
No, not the bow tie one. The bow tie, yes, Mr. Speaker, the bow tie, sometimes he sits with the young, he tries to mentor the young ladies. He tries to mentor them. The one in bow tie, he wears double-breasted, and then he sits at the back, he mentors the young. Eche,
Well. So have you yielded to?
Mr. Speaker, the way the chief whip is behaving, I don't want.
You are afraid.
I'm never afraid. How can I be afraid? Afraid of what? I would not want to say anything. I just want him to have an opportunity to give it to two of his young men to make a contribution. But if he decides to attack any of my people, we'll respond to him.
Yes. Leader, I don't think there's anything wrong if he finds someone from the opposite side.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
With all due respect to my brother, the minority leader.
Your steady mate.
Yes. He cannot do what he has just done. He cannot. I cannot, please. Please, this house operates on caucus lines. He has his caucus to manage. I have my caucus to manage. If he's given an opportunity, please, I listen to him in quietude. If he's given opportunity to nominate persons from his caucus to comment on the statement ably presented by the Honorable Minister for the Environment, it's up to him to say that they no longer have members to comment. Then that opportunity will oscillate onto our part. Then we will distribute the oscillation, the pendulum will swing from him to outside. Then we will distribute the opportunity accordingly. He cannot be angling. Mr. Speaker, he cannot be angling over the divide and fishing from my pond. And it, please, Mr. Speaker, he is the leader of this house. I came to meet him, but we are advocates for the rules, and he knows it. Please, Jerry, please. So, Mr. Speaker, I cannot. Mr. Speaker, it is not the practice of this house for me to be given opportunity as a leader, and I say that I want to yield to a member from his backbench. He cannot do that. Can you keep quiet? He cannot do that. So he will say that let us do this properly. And I know that he did it on purpose. He's been trying to prick my anger, but he won't get me. So no, the fact that I am speaking forcefully to reject the new introduction of a certain practice doesn't mean that I'm angry. I'm not. I'm just putting him right. So he must allow me or the leadership to distribute the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, if you can accommodate two more, why not? My members will speak to the matter. In any case, the statement came from our minister.
It doesn't matter. It came from a minister of state.
Our minister.
It came from a minister,
yes,
not your minister. It came from the minister.
Please,
yes.
It came from the minister,
yes.
the NDC minister.
No.
Oh, is it not the NDC minister? Oh, it is the NDC that is forming government. Oh, please.
Honorable Chief Whip.
It is only in this house. Mr. Speaker, let the record reflect. It is only in this house that the Constitution allows political parties to make presentations and send nominations. So he belongs to my caucus. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing wrong.
Honorable member.
If I describe him so. So, Mr. Speaker, we just about to adjourn and then he goes on this tangent. So, Mr. Speaker, if you can accommodate two more from my side.
Honorable Defiamapo.
Yes.
I allow the speaker to make a statement because the speaker is the minister of state.
Yes. Yes.
Once he's here, I don't think this issue of he's an NDC minister is relevant.
Mr. Speaker,
for me, he's a minister, and I will accord him that
Yes,
relevance. So let's leave that.
Yes.
Again, I think we are all studying. The standing orders appears to be silent on this. That a leader yielding his opportunity to speak to the other side. I think we are all studying. Personally, I've been here for a quite time now, and I've not actually witnessed this. So it's good that we are all witnessing
Mr.
this.
Speaker, by practice, he cannot do that.
He cannot
do
from
that.
the standing
No,
orders.
I'm saying by practice, Mr. Speaker, he cannot do that. He cannot.
Honorable Dafiamapo,
Because, Mr. Speaker, you were specific. None of my colleagues were on his feet. He got the opportunity. And then he decided to play mischief and decided to say that. Then he began to describe, he couldn't even mention the member's name. So how was he yielding to him?
Well, let me come
Mr.
to
Speaker,
majority leadership.
When there's a mischief, let's say so.
Let him come to majority leadership.
So, Mr. Speaker, once you can accommodate two more.
No, I'm accommodating. Now we have forfeited their side. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, wait. First of all, Mr. Speaker, in his very lengthy submission, he says to us that my offer was an attempt to fish from his pond. Oh, fishing from your pond. That is very rich. Who has been fishing from the minority pond? Should I mention the name of the person to you? Should I? You've been fishing from my pond. I've caught you several times. Fishing from my pond. I have caught you several times and I stopped you. You are now afraid.
The contest of this
the premix, he is the national premix chairman. He entered our backyard trying to fish, and I caught you. And you know, you want me to provide details when we meet at that place. I will tell you. I've already fished from your pond. In retaliation. That's what I've done. You are afraid of fishing from somebody's pond. Mr. Speaker, just to conclude, if he says it's okay, you've not been called. Leader, you should sit down. You have not been recognized. You've not been recognized. Please, you sit down. You sit down. You are not supposed to speak. You said you won't be upset. You see?
You're upset.
No, I've seen the doctor sitting. I've seen you're upset. You're upset. You are upset. You are upset. You say you'll be calm. You are not calm. You are not calm. Are you calm? Give me a smile if you are calm. Mr. Speaker, I hold a view that in view of what Hajia Ayamba has said, this issue of playing lip service to critical policy issues must really come to an end. Our friend Mutala, who is a Minister of State responsible for the sector, would need support. Mr. Speaker, we saw in the budget how enthusiastic government was in respect of the gold board matter, where sufficient allocation was made. I think when it comes to technology and issues about the environment, we take them for granted. I've been hearing of this carbon trade concept, carbon trade. I'm not an expert in that field. I wouldn't hazard any theory that I may find myself wanting. But I believe that carbon trade is one area that if the government invests in, it will help us a great deal But unfortunately, whether we don't really understand the gains, we are not making sufficient investment there. Whatever that we can, we should, to support the minister. But Honorable Minister, the initiative would have to come from you through cabinet. I don't know of the Mahama government, but in the Akufo-Addo government, you come to cabinet, you must be ready for pound. There will be a full-blown debate. The fact that it's the same government would not mean that you just get your things easy. So get the support of your colleagues. And the issue that Hajiya is talking about is true. We often hear about cocoa, that production has gone down. One of the problems, and there is a report, that the seedlings that they produce, over 60% of them don't survive because the topsoil they use at the nursery level are full of plastics. So what she's saying is very true. I didn't know about the ordinary farmers in the 5 northern regions, but I know about cocoa because of the report that came that most of the seedlings don't survive, and they've been compelled to go a more expensive way by relying on cocoa pit, soilless media, where the the coconut husk is used as soilless media for seedling production. And it comes at a great cost, of course. It's high in nutrition. So the issues that are being raised as a result of your statement are very germane. But of course, I was not too pleased with the approach in an aspect of Hajiya's submission where she tried to lace it with some partisanship. That some 5 years, nothing was done, in response to an earlier submission by a respected colleague. You see, that is our problem too. That every now and then we become jittery and we want to use partisanship to justify. But the problems affect all of us as a country. If the oceans are full of plastics, those plastics do not know NDC, they do not know MPP. The farmers who are suffering in the 5 northern regions, Cocoa Board, that is suffering from production, and we play politics with it in this chamber, when the real issues are there, it affects the country. So, Honorable Minister, we are here. We promise you of constructive criticism, but it doesn't mean that we want you to fail. If you fail, we have failed. We want you to succeed. So assure this House, before you leave here, that you will prepare a cabinet paper to your colleagues for cabinet approval. And if it means we need to get the finance minister to support you, this House, I'm sure, will be ready. Because without the finance minister support, you can't achieve anything. Yesterday, they hurriedly brought in this e-levy for fuel. E-levy for fuel. Because they felt that that would help them in managing the energy situation. What about the environmental issues? I believe that if you make a strong case, and it means some 50 pesos being looked at, we can all look at supporting you, because this is a national issue. Well, it depends. It depends. It depends. Because you yourself, you are not too, sincere on national issues. That is true. Yes, you can rise on your feet and then debate it. You are not, because you said you are not going to increase taxes, going to introduce taxes and levies, and you did.
You did. And we can
you repealed e-levy, which was costing 1.6 billion, and introduced e-levy that is costing 5.7 billion.
Honorable Leader, if you could...
Oh, Mr. Speaker, on that line, if that line should be off, that's fine. Yes. That's okay. That's okay. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Atemils is my uncle. Honorable Atemils is my uncle, and he knows how we relate to each other. Please, I've moved away from that dangerous part. You say that. You are my uncle, and you know. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that as a house, if we really want to tackle national issues with a sincere heart, we would advance the cause of democracy. The partisanship is our problem. The partisanship is our problem. Excessive partisanship. We overimpose partisanship on us. We allow partisanship to take over the better part of our sense of national judgment. That is our problem as a political class. We know it. Else we won't be here talking about plastic waste and the challenges that we face in that area. Else there won't be less allocation for the Ministry of Energy. Have you looked at the budget? And how much, the environment, have you looked at the budget and how much was allocated to the Ministry of Environment? Have we? They have so much to achieve. Are we supposed to rely on the benevolence of, NGOs and other international organizations for our survival? And AGI has warned us. We are all consuming that waste, that poison. And unfortunately, when the cancer starts to show signs, then we are blaming a certain old lady in our family.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, that said, I would want to encourage the minister to rely on this house for support, but to make his own advocacy at cabinet. And I'm sure when that comes, we are going to give him the needed support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. How come you? Yes. Majority leadership.
Speaker, may I yield my opportunity and time to the chairman for the AGRIC, the Honorable Jasau.
Doctor.
Thank you.
Is it Wa West? Wa East? Does he want to talk? Honorable member for Wa East, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important statement commemorating the World Environment Day, ably made by our Honorable Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. Mr. Speaker, this year's Environment Day is on a theme that is so relevant, ending plastic pollution. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the challenges of the environment that we face in contemporary times are so challenging that action is required for us to tackle these challenges and save our planet. Mr. Speaker, these days you hear the frequency and intensity with which we experience disasters in this country and elsewhere around the globe. Mr. Speaker, these phenomena are such that we will need to appreciate that most of them are anthropogenic, and that is, these are man-made. And because most of these factors are man-made, it's important that we take steps consciously to be able to face this. Mr. Speaker, as these events are occurring, we are also witnessing other evidence of climate change. Mr. Speaker, plastic waste pollution is a huge contributor to this phenomenon. And so the sub-team, Rethink Plastic Pollution, Act Now, is relevant and timely. I look forward to the Minister for Environment proposing policy measures that are practical, that are actionable, and rallying all of us to be able to contribute to supporting him and his ministry in these efforts. Mr. Speaker, other contributors have made very relevant contributions already. And so I just have two salient points to add. One of it, Mr. Speaker, is that when you travel, particularly to Eastern African countries, i.e. Kenya, you notice that there is a deliberate ban on plastic use. And so, Mr. Speaker, in hotel rooms, conferences, etc., bottled water is served. Mr. Speaker, in shops and so on, other material bags are served and not plastic bags. Mr. Speaker, how come we cannot replicate this kind of model for our country? I urge the minister responsible for environment to consider this seriously and consider taking steps that can introduce this kind of policy. And if you require a legislative support to be able to implement this, I'm confident that if we do the proper education, you'll be able to rally the Ghanaian community around this effort. And by the end of your tenure, you can proudly look back and say it was your time that we introduced a ban on plastics. Mr. Speaker, I know that industry and businesses around this will not allow you. But if you are determined and can rally a critical mass in this country, I'm confident that we will do this to be able to save the planet. The scenery around our seas and oceans and blue economy is not pleasant. Mr. Speaker, you have a lot of choking of this resource that is affecting marine life, our fisheries and food subsector, that is so enormous that life at sea is at risk because of our very behavior and the way we handle plastics. Mr. Speaker, I therefore think that one other thing that I propose that the Minister and the Ministry of Environment consider is to see to what extent you can begin to inculcate the younger generation in our schools on how to handle these. And so one of the things we are not doing well, Mr. Speaker, obviously, is the way we handle waste. It's difficult to see how we even segregate these wastes between organic, plastic, and other inorganic waste. And so I think that if on a day like this, we can have some activities that can truly serve a foundation and plant a seed of good behavior on some schools that we can adapt, get them to look at how important separating these plastics will be. Mr. Speaker, that can be something practical that these schools from either primary or JSS can be able to replicate within 3 years, and we can begin to affect the mindset of this younger generation, and hopefully that will deliver some hope for the future generations. Mr. Speaker, you are aware, finally, that plastic waste is being recycled and used in very innovative forms that we so need in this country. Mr. Speaker, I have seen situations where plastic waste have been converted into coal for them to be able to use in tarring roads. I have seen plastic being converted into materials where they are used as pavement blocks to be able to pave other locations and outdoor locations. Mr. Speaker, to what extent can we forge an industry-plastic relationship such that these linkages can be exploited to be able to use this plastic not just as a waste, convert it into a usable resource that we can convert to more productive and economic use for our country. Mr. Speaker, as we commemorate this day and celebrate the importance of the environment, I think that it will be important that we as policymakers are able to deliver on some specific, practical, actionable steps that we will leave this generation with, so that next year, when we come back to commemorate these days, we can count successes that we have chopped in the effort to reduce plastic waste pollution in our country and the continent at large. I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this important statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister, we want to
No,
let me
Mr.
give
Speaker,
you
I
2
just want to
minutes.
provide some information.
Yeah.
Honorable, the minority leader asked some questions, and I think that we've started something to that effect, the carbon trading. If you look at the amendments of the EPA law, there is something we're factoring into it. And I was shocked that when I went to the ministry, there are a lot of very important issues we are handling that we don't have laws, regulating the conduct. Shockingly, we don't even have a law on climate change. Some of them, we have policy frames, but we don't have legal frames. We don't have regulations. So we have engaged a legal firm to work on 5 very important instruments, and we'll be bringing it to Parliament. And I'm happy to hear my good friend who now says that they are more than willing to help. It is my prayer and hope that these assurances will be honored, and once we bring them to Parliament, we would have a smooth sailing as far as those instruments are concerned. So, Honourable Minority Leader, about five very important things, we are bringing them, and certainly the Subsidiary and Legislative Committee of Parliament is handling the EPA, some amendments we are effecting in the EPA law, and I know it will be brought to the House, and those issues are issues that you look at. But as to Cabinet, he talked about fire, they give fire. I think that when you do your homework properly, you wouldn't have a banter in Cabinet. And that is what we're seeking to do the work very well, engage the necessary agencies and ministries and colleagues, so that when we come to Cabinet, it won't be chaotic as you explained, the experiences you had. We do not look forward to have that because we would have done our work very well before we come to Cabinet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We are all friends. We are all friends. We are brothers and sisters. So once we are here, we are family members as well. So on that note, let me thank all of you. You've brought statement to a close, and we will convey here tomorrow. Is it at 2 o'clock or 12?
Mr. Speaker, 2 p.m.
2 p.m.
The Speaker has so moto. Please. Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So he wants to
Mr.
say
Speaker.
you've not spent 5 hours. So,
Sorry?
leader, let me give you the opportunity to move a
Mr.
motion.
Speaker, you were in full flight. So, what is this? Mr. Speaker.
My brother Eche, just move the motion.
You see, I am not taking advantage of the Speaker. The record will bear me out that Mr. Speaker was in full flight and was asking for indication as to time. So, please, stop this. So, Mr. Speaker, as agreed, tomorrow we'll start at 2 p.m. as agreed, Mr. Speaker.
So, is it a motion? Is it a motion?
Mr. Speaker.
He wants to go legal.
Mr. Speaker.
Please, I invited you,
Mr. Speaker,
but he wants to challenge my invitation.
You had seized the opportunity. If you had given me the opportunity to move the House, I'll do so. But you had taken the opportunity.
You see, once he wants to challenge my invitation, just move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On that note, there be no further business for consideration. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House be adjourned till 2 p.m. tomorrow.
Thank you
very
very
much.
much.
For the opportunity.
Yes. Honorable Minority Leader. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, today we have some questions for some ministers. They couldn't come. The majority chief whip, who is the avant-garde of government business, is moving this house to adjourn. Yesterday, we had a program for the day. They sprung a surprise on the nation. In the dead of night, when Ghanaians were asleep, they introduced a new levy they came with e-levy, where now when Ghanaians buy a gallon of petrol, they are being charged 4 cedi 50 pesos. Then this evening, he is telling us that there is no government business, so we should adjourn. It's not a matter of there be no government business. This House, members have questions that ministers were supposed to answer. Equally, members have statements. So you cannot just come and say you are moving the House for an adjournment, as if the House is yours.
Honorable Leader, I invited him to move the motion.
Well, Mr. Speaker, then he should decline your invitation. Let us move on to the next government business. He should decline your invitation. You came into office, you promised Ghanaians that there will be no tax, no tax. You repealed the e-levy, you introduced another e-levy. You said no tax. You said you are going to do 1 job, 3 shifts.
I'll give you
You said 1 job, 3 shifts. Then instead of concentrating on the people's job, you said we should adjourn. Adjourn for what?
Honorable Minority Leader, I invited the Chief Whip to move a motion for adjournment.
So if, Mr. Speaker, because there's no government business, is there a government business? Let's do it.
Honorable,
if there's a government business,
Leader,
let's do it.
I am on the chair and I have decided that we are bringing proceedings to a close. And therefore I've asked him to move a motion. He has moved the motion.
Mr. Speaker, let me understand you.
Mr.
Speaker, let me understand you. Mr. Speaker, you are saying that so motto, you want to bring proceedings to a close by yourself. Mr. Speaker, is that what you just said?
Yes, that's what I said.
Mr. Speaker, obviously, there can't be an act to find the mines construction through the forehead. It's okay. Mr. Speaker says he is taking the adjournment. So he invited you to move a motion. You were campaigning 1 job, 3 shifts. You said 1 job, 3 shifts. Today, the people who relied on you for jobs, where are the jobs?
Leader.
Well, adjourn and let's go. I will not second this motion. Get somebody on your side to second. I will not second this motion. I will not second this motion.
Yes, the one in the bow tie. The one in the bow tie.
Speaker, let the record reflect that on today's order paper, from item number 1 all the way to item number 10, say for item number 10 and item number 6, every other single business had been taken. He was not here. So how do you come and suggest that there's no government business? The order paper for today's business had been exhausted. So please, the excuse was given in your absence. In your absence, the minister has submitted. Please, Speaker, please. The minority leader is such a senior member of this House. He's a policy maker. So he can't threaten me.
Honorable Dafiamapo.
So he's a senior member of this House. He's a leader. He's a policy maker. So he should be very mindful of some of the comments he makes. This is the order paper for the day. The business on the order paper completely exhausted. The matter in respect of his urgent question, the minister had come to say that he will bring a formal letter to that effect. But the information he was requesting for him, he has written to a couple of agencies to solicit some further information so he can come and properly answer to the question. It was done in his absence. He wasn't here. Then you came in and you are trying to create mischief and say all sorts of things.
Very
if
well.
you are looking for an opportunity, it will come tomorrow. But certainly today's business is exhausted on the order paper. And procedurally, what we do is that we move for an adjournment. If you are not minded to second the motion, so be it. Here, we are ready to second this motion.
My brother in the bow tie, please second the motion for me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise. No, I wanted to also give a lecture like the way leader has been giving his lectures. I rise to second the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, let me thank you once again for your cooperation. The proceedings has come to a close. The House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, 2 o'clock in the forenoon.